Senator Suk? Question has been called. Do we have any objections?
Objection.
Why do you have an objection?
Objection to the question and consent.
All right, period. Would you like to rescind your motion?
No.
All right.
It's citizens motion.
Oh, right. Would you like to rescind your motion? No. Okay, cool.
Then we go to a vote to vote.
Yeah, it's seconded by Siddiqui and the original motion was made by Senator Suk. So now we're going into a vote to vote, cool. God, damn. You're all stressing out.
I'm sorry, actually, I just object to the consent.
You just object to the consent?
Yes. So we don't have to do the vote to vote.
Yeah, we don't have to do the vote to vote.
I voted to the call to question.
All right, so vote to vote.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, cool. We're now in a vote to vote. Are we voting on the motion? Yeah.
No, I'm sure.
Yeah, we're voting on the objection for the motion, correct? Senator Jacques?
Thank you, Chair. So right now we are voting to decide whether or not to vote on the motion to suspend standing policy 10. So we are not voting on the suspension of the motion. We are voting on whether or not to go into a vote. This vote requires two-thirds majority.
Okay, period. Blanking. Senator Mead?
You made this exception once, and if we didn't understand the rules the first time, then fine, but this is now the second time, we know the rules, we know it's allowed, and we know it's not allowed. I don't think that we should move forward.
Move forward with the vote to vote
No,
or
I don't
with
think that we
suspending?
should accept someone who's 100%. Not allowed in our policies.
Right, okay. Senator Siddiqui, I mean, we're not in discussion right now. We're in a vote to vote. So let's just go.
Share comments, I will.
Okay, Senator Siddiqui?
The point of suspending the standing policy, I don't think in my opinion was because like we just were ignorant of the rules and we didn't know the rules, we didn't want to penalize people. The commentary that we had around that discussion was that he thought it would be appropriate to follow the 74th Senate's footsteps and suspend the policy for the duration of the quarter. Again, the suspension of this policy is open to all senatorial candidates who wish to proxy. And if it's an issue of people having equal opportunities to be able to proxy, like I truly and genuinely do welcome all of you to send those names into me so we can get everyone to proxy. Genuinely. But for the purposes of efficiency, for the purposes of having a Senate that is prepared, every single year historically, the Senate has suspended the standing policy. I think we had a debate and vote over it in the first meeting and it overwhelmingly passed. So I think it's fine to do here again.
A point of personal privilege.
Yeah, go on.
I'd like to include the reason of my objection within the minutes. I object to the suspension of the standing policy as the standing policy 10 ensures that every Senate candidate, whether they have a connection with the sitting senator or not, have an equal chance of competing in the election. If we suspend the policy, the people have a connection with the current senator can be a proxy, gain exposure. It's just not right. I yield.
All right, we're back into the vote to vote. So hopefully everyone understands that we are voting to decide whether or not to go into a vote to pass the motion to suspend standing policy 10 for the duration of this meeting. Hands up for yes to go into the vote. Yep.
Point of inquiry,
So, yeah, go ahead.
if we vote, then if we vote yes on the, if we vote no,
If it-
then the vote fails.
Let me go back to this discussion.
Yeah, we go back into the discussion.
Okay.
Because it was on the call to questions. So that's 14. All right, hands down. Up for no. Yep, right. Abstentions? Hands down for, oh, we're in abstentions now. That's 1, 2, 2.
Two. All right, so the vote vote. That's the vote count.
We have 20 people here?
I accidentally voted on no. I meant to.
All right.
We redoing?
Well, we can just correct it.
Yeah, we can just correct it. I don't feel like going back to counting.
So we can vote on the motion.
All right, we will now be voting. Well. Vote pass, so now we'll be voting on the motion. Okay, cool. We are now voting on whether or not to pass. The motion to suspend standing policy 10 from standing policies and procedures for the duration of the meeting. Okay. So hands up for yes. I didn't finish counting yet,
I'm
Mingjun.
sorry.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 12. So that's yes, 12. Hands down, up for no. Did you just vote twice?
No.
Okay.
I think I got 5.
5. Yep, 5. Hands down, up for abstentions. 2. That maths, because I'm confused. No, it does pass, but I'm just like, is the math
12 out
mathing?
of 17.
It's too soon, so it
I'm
passes.
just. 14
We lost
plus
people.
6, that's 20.
We can,
This is not 20.
no, we've lost.
We lost one.
Hold up, there were multiple people that did not vote, or there was one person that did not vote or voted twice last
The
time.
first time we got 18, so we still got 19.
No, the first time we had 20.
We had found out that she went to vote again.
Yeah, and there were
I know,
2
but then we
abstentions
changed
and
it
then,
from-
and then
It
we
should be
changed this to
21.
this, so then this is 20 and then this is 19.
That's
Who
19.
did not vote?
But we changed,
Which is how to do.
right, and then you have to change.
You have to change your abstention too. It's now 3
Okay,
abstentions.
that's what it is.
Alright. Did somebody just disappear? Like we lost a whole person to vote?
There should be 21. Who were you boxing for? Okay, so it should be, quorum's 20.
Oh,
20.
Or proxies don't count towards
We
quorum.
can't, yeah, we can't have.
And the vote is 2/3 of, quorum.
It has. No matter what.
Well, excluding our proxy, it's 19.
No, it's 21 and then the proxy
Oh.
takes it to 20.
alright. The vote is unclear. I'm gonna count everyone here. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18. We have 20 people here. There's one person who didn't vote. Yeah, who didn't vote?
Sorry, I meant to vote. I'm online. I meant to vote yes.
Okay. Should we redo our vote then?
Yes.
No, shit. If I may be recognized.
No, we're gonna vote again. We're just gonna redo the vote because it was inconclusive, we missed a person, let's just do it all over again. So now we're voting on whether or not to pass the motion to suspend standing policy 10 from standing policies and procedures for the duration of the meeting. Hands up for yes. 10, 12, 13, 14. All right, hands down, up for now. 2, 4, 5, 5. Abstentions? I love that ringtone. All right, period. All right, motion passes, to suspend standing policy 10 from standing policies and procedures for the duration of the meeting. Senator Lake
Motion to excuse Senator McClintock for the duration of the meeting.
There's been a motion to excuse Senator McClintock for the duration of the meeting. Do we have a second? Senator Suk?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Suk, no discussion. Senator Moise? Question has been called. Do you have any objections? All right, seeing none, motion passes. We are now in acceptance of proxies. Senator Siddiqui?
Motion to accept Sullivan Sunday Rohan for sundering removal laws.
There's been a motion to to accept, Sundararajan. I butchered that, I'm so sorry. Please teach me how to say your name. How do you say your last name? Sundarajan. Okay,
Point
Okay,
of
cool.
inquiry,
uh,
or I guess it's,
yes,
I guess it's a point of order.
Yes.
If he was voting that entire time and he wasn't recognized, we'd have to adjust the totals.
It would be 13-5-1.
I know, I'm just saying, I'm just like,
Yes.
I know, it's for the voting,
Yeah.
it's for the, just the referendum.
That's what I move on.
y'all are making me lose my mind today. Listen, there's a lot of tension, let's just take some deep breaths. Still figuring out how to say your last name. All right, there's been a motion to accept Sundarajan. I'm butchering, I'm so sorry. For Senator Lily Havas, do you have a second? Senator Lankrani?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Lankrani, we're now discussion. Senator Benson? Question has been called, do you have any objections? Do you have any objections to the consent? Seeing none, motion passes. Senator Lankrani?
Motion to excuse Senator Wahidullah after, 7:50 p.m.
There's been a motion to excuse Senator Wahidullah.
Yeah.
She's not here.
She's
Oh, right, sorry. I need to have the laptop. There's been a motion to excuse Senator Wahidullah after 7:50 p.m. Do we have a second? Senator Suk?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Suk, we're now discussion. Senator Mead? Questions been called, do you have any objections? Period. Motion passes. Anybody else on our monies?
Motion to excuse Senator Valenzuela after 9:00.
There's been a motion to excuse Senator Valenzuela after 9 p.m. Do we have a second? Senator Lankrani?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Lankrani, we are now in discussion. Senator Dolly? Questions been called, do you have any objections?
None.
All right, seeing none, motion passes. Maybe fix the last one. Do you have anything else? Anybody on Zoom? Period, you can always go back to it. Now going into. I feel like we should just go to public forum. Senator Dolly, can you grab the public forum list for me, please? We are now moving into public forum. Oh,
No, thank you.
grab it.
oh,
Doesn't matter
darn.
anymore.
I kind of want the pen. Can I grab the pen, please? Or can you do it? Where's the one? All right, first up for public forum is Hattie Ellison. Hello. Hi. Yeah. I'll just read our speaking agreements and I will let you know when, your time is done. All right. So you have 2.5 minutes to speak with 2 minutes for Q&A. Please say your name, pronouns, and enunciate, but refrain from yelling. Speculation of the senator's intentions and abilities is prohibited and will result in strikes. 3 strikes and you'll be removed from the ability to speak on the floor. Please note this meeting is being recorded. You may speak on any issue, whether it's on the agenda or not. Please include content where it's going to be graphic. You may only come up once and you may choose to not answer questions. Do you agree?
Yeah.
All right, you have 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Hi, my name is Hattie. I'm from the Environmental Affairs Board, and I just wanted to give a comment about the recruitment issue email that was sent earlier today. So I just want to start by mentioning the EAB's legal code regarding recruitment. So our legal code states that for all voting membership positions, the Environmental Affairs Board shall conduct a recruitment process and provide the AS president and Senate with a recommendation. And all of our voting member positions are advertised as open to all UCSD students. And we send a university announcement email to all students and advertise open positions on our public Instagram page. Also, the legal code states that the executive chair should be returning voting members of the EAB, and which would also mean that they have already been selected from a recruitment process that was open to all UCSD students. And then I also just wanted to address the recruitment process possibly extending into the summer. So from the email that was sent today, a few hours ago, interviewers will begin, interviews will begin in week 7 of spring quarter, aiming to be completed within the first few weeks of summer. And I'm wondering how we can guarantee that interviewers and interviewees will be available.
Just give us a second. Can somebody close the door, please? It's CBA to do. Thank you so much. All right, I paused your time, so you still have more time. You can go ahead.
Yeah, so I was just yeah, wondering how we could guarantee that interviewers and interviewees would be available during that time, and like, if we were extending the recruitment process in the summer, like, if everyone involved, we granted summer honorarium for that. And then also, our VCU holds a summer orientation for voting members who've been selected already in the spring. And that's led by the executive chairs who have also already been chosen, and so if recruitment is still happening over the summer. Like, we don't know when we'll expect to orient new members and then train the new executive chairs. And our organization starts meeting week 1 in the fall, and it takes several weeks to complete that summer orientation. And like, there's a lot of work that goes into recruiting and training voting members of EAB. And I'm just a little worried about that proposal about the recruitment, and I'm worried that losing that like time and energy that we put into the recruitment process would really affect the strength of our board. Yeah, and I just wanted to urge you to like keep those things in mind when you're discussing that proposal later tonight.
Okay, thank you. Are you open to taking questions?
No.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say that like taking questions is a good opportunity to actually engage with our Senate body to be able to answer any questions that you may have. You asked a number of questions on the floor. So just like not being able to take questions, there wasn't a like room for dialogue. I just want to say that for other people that are going to be speaking today. We're gonna be organized anyways. It's public forum times. All right, Senator Siddiqui.
Chair, I know this is unorthodox, if I could just make one comment before you resume the rest of public forum, a point that probably was not articulated well enough in the email. BCUs that have already done existing recruitment processes with university-wide emails like EAB will not be affected by this. If you've already done a recruitment process, what we want to develop in our discussion is a comprehensive standard, and I invite Senator Sukes, Senator Lawler, Senator Zoss, Senator Iden, whoever else to contribute. We want a comprehensive standard of what constitutes transparency. To me, it's at least an undergrad-wide email, which EAB has already done. I believe the only 2 positions that weren't included were the executive chairs, where I think there may be some room for conversation with the liaison committee. But all of the work that has already gone into recruitment for those other positions, I believe is fine. I think the other things that would be good for transparency purposes would be just allowing whoever the next incoming executives are who are gonna appoint these people, access to see the Google form responses, how many people responded, what their answers were to the questions that we want to develop collaboratively with you guys. And then also in those interview transcripts that we have in future search committees where the current and existing chairs are members to provide the recommendations for their successors also there. So I just wanted to really hamper on the fact that VCUs who have been following their legal code and actually doing the recruitment process correctly are not going to be penalized by this. And that's the reason why we're having such an individualized approach of working with the VCUs. It's only for the VCUs who aren't following legal code and just may need some help getting things done so we can have a fully staffed association. Thank you, Chair.
All right, good. Moving on to our next speaker, Bella and Alicia from EJA. All right, hey y'all. So you have 2.5 minutes to speak with 2 minutes for Q&A. Please say your name, pronouns, and enunciate or refrain from yelling. Speculation of a senator's intentions and abilities is prohibited and will result in strikes. 3 strikes may be removed from the ability to speak on the floor. Please note this meeting is being recorded. You may speak on any issue, whether it's on the agenda or not. Please include a content warning if it will be graphic. You may only come up once. You may choose to answer questions. Do you agree? All right, you have the floor.
Hi, I'm Bella Rosemary, and I go by she, her. And my name is Alicia Sievers, and I also use she, her pronouns. We also wanted to begin by talking about our legal code, which states that all chairs should be internally selected, recommended to the committee on committees, and then nominated by the president and approved by the Senate for the term of a year. The process of internal VCU chair selection allows for us to make the most qualified candidates selections who have spent time becoming familiar with VCU and EJA specific processes. In addition, all board positions for EJA, except for the co-executive chairs, which is us, are open to all students and advertised as such. The co-exec chairs are required to have served previously on the board, and therefore they have already gone through the open process of recruitment in the first place.
We use channels such as our public Instagram or Shoreline, and we usually use our listed draft, our email listserv, which we have currently drafted for recruitment. And we feel that this is the most equitable way to continue ensuring everybody knows about the application and can apply for all positions besides the executive chair, since this is an internal selection as per our legal code and is justifiable for reasons previously stated. Additionally, delaying board recruitment into the summer will likely cause a much sparser turnout and interest because of fewer students who will actually be actively involved on campus and checking their emails. Therefore, we typically roll out recruitment in the beginning of spring quarter. And we feel that this proposal of new recruitment timeline and the process may hinder not only the applicant pool itself, but also the process of selection that typically ensures the strongest and most qualified candidates are selected to lead EJA to in amplifying campus involvement towards environmental justice.
All right. Is that it? Will you all be open to questions?
Yes.
All right, you all have 2 minutes. Does anyone have any questions? Senator Iden?
Do you guys feel like you've had enough time to like process this decision that might be made from like the time that email went out and the decision now being potentially made at this meeting? Do you feel like you've had enough time?
No, I mean, I feel like what our stance on it is gonna be the same regardless, but I feel like sending out the email and discussing it tonight was a little bit impromptu and kind of took a lot of thinking to come to this decision, but we did think about it thoroughly.
Okay. Do we have any more questions? Comments, concerns? There's a,
I feel like starting the interviews week 7 is too late in the quarter to like ramp up that interest before people kind of head into the summer.
Yeah, we do. We think that starting in late spring will definitely push into the summer as the email suggested. And then everything in the summer, we just think would get really backed up. You know, people aren't super involved with like checking their emails and being like responsive and doing interviews and recruitment over the summer. So we think it would really impact our turnout.
And we usually like try to wrap up our interview process by like week 7 or 8, and then we have a welcome to the board and like giving them meetings and such towards the end of the quarter.
any further questions, comments? Senator Iden?
Do you feel like having this be more closely knit with, like, do you think like pushing it back wouldn't allow for like a better opportunity for freshmen to potentially get involved?
I think it's a fair point. Sometimes I'd say that not all the positions get filled, and then we reopen it again in the very beginning or like right before school starts for fall, so that the freshmen do have an opportunity for that position.
Any further questions? All right, y'all. Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Next, I invite Anthony Wu from the Bike Committee.
I don't need to speak anymore.
Oh, period. Okay, I invite Will and Billy. Huh?
I totally dismissed his name.
Yeah, you did. And you know what? We felt the energy. Is it Billy or Ville?
Yeah.
Okay, from the
investment advisor.
right, thank you. All right, you have 2.5 minutes to speak with 2 minutes for Q&A. Please state your name, pronouns, and enunciate, but refrain from yelling. Speculation of a senator's intentions and abilities is prohibited and will result in strikes. 3 strikes will be removed from the ability to speak on the floor. Please note this meeting is being recorded. You may speak on any issue, whether it's on the agenda or not. Please include a content warning for the graphics. The only time upon you may choose tonight's practice. Do you agree? All right, you all have 2.5 minutes.
Will, I use he, him.
My name is Gila, I also use pronouns.
So we didn't prepare like set remarks, so apologize if this is a little bit disorganized.
Don't worry about it.
We came hoping for a little bit of clarification on the email that was sent out earlier today. I'll just sort of start off with our legal code on the chair and vice chair. So it says the ASIC chairperson shall be the AS chief investment officer. The CIO and vice chairperson shall be recommended by the outgoing executive board to the AS committee on committees, then nominated by the AS president and approved by a majority 50+1% of the Senate for a term of up to 1 academic year. we were hoping both for clarification on how that would potentially change, and second, how other positions within our executive board, namely the portfolio managers that lead our 9 subsectors, would change. And if, again, we're asking mostly for clarification, but if that decision would be primarily within the hands of ISC internally or outside that. If it was primarily outside, we just like to express, that we don't necessarily support that for a couple of reasons. First being that, we're a very large BCU. We have over 50 members, and we hold public recruiting for analysts who usually are then promoted within the group to portfolio manager, which is an executive board position. And generally, the chairpersons are previously serving portfolio managers. And we obviously want to make sure all of our recruiting efforts are 100% consistent with bylaws. And secondly, I might be getting to the end of time here, but I just like to emphasize that being a portfolio manager or a chairperson requires a pretty significant amount of technical knowledge, a lot of which is facilitated through initial membership in IC, which again, I'd like to stress is 100% open to any UCSB student, and we take great effort to promote that to the greatest extent we can. Thank you.
All right, will y'all be taking questions?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, cool. So Vicky?
Just a quick comment, nothing will change. In short, the CIO is still nominated by the president. If that's the chairperson of the board, the format of it is that the president nominates all the chairs, and the chairs are the ones who recruit the rest of the board. The chairs are the ones who do the interview process for the portfolio managers for everyone else. So
Okay.
nothing changes to answer your question.
Understood. All right.
Yeah, I think we're good.
All right, cool. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I will be moving into discussion items, so I can amplify an email that was sent to me by Lillian Markutumian. So I just wanted to read it out. I thought it was incredibly important. So, right. To Chancellor Tiang and immediate office staff, this was also sent out to AS. This April 2025 marks the 110th year of the Armenian genocide, and the month of April marks Armenian Heritage Month for many counties throughout California. With a growing Armenian presence and population at UC Santa Barbara, we ask that UCSB recognize and honor its Armenian community by commemorating April as Armenian History Month and April 24th as Armenian Genocide Remembrance Day. The Armenian diaspora has faced denial, opposition, and negligence by institutions and the power of Armenian communities in maintaining strong ties and amplifying their voices has enabled change despite facing adversaries. The resilience and might of Armenians manifest in the substantial accomplishments that have been made to honor and recognize Armenian history in the pursuit of justice. We urge the University of California, Santa Barbara, and various other UCs such as UCLA, UCI, USC, etc., in honoring April as Armenian Heritage Month and April 24th as Armenian Genocide Remembrance Day. Implementing such changes on campus will allow the growing Armenian community to have their voices heard and receive the commemoration they deserve. We encourage and invite the UCSB community to participate in meaningful discussions, events, and initiatives to amplify historical truths and celebrate cultural heritage. We also acknowledge and appreciate the Armenian organizations at UCSB that celebrate, advocate for, and provide valuable resources for Armenian students, such as ASA or Armenian Student Association, APLS or Armenian Pre-Law Society at UCSB, APHS or Armenian Pre-Health Society, and Alpha Gamma Alpha, also known as AGA, Armenian Sorority. The commitment and dedication of these organizations to preserving Armenian heritage and raising awareness of Armenian history enriches our community at UCSB. By commemorating Armenian Heritage Month and Armenian Genocide Remembrance Day, we reaffirm our dedication to acknowledging historical injustices, uplifting Armenian voices, and using the lessons of the past to build a more just and inclusive future for the students at UCSB. Thank you in advance for considering our proposal. Warm regards, Lillian Mokartumen Mian, UCSB APLS President and ASA Vice President. This was brought to me by a student, and I just wanted to bring it to the larger board. I'm unsure if our entire Senate has received the email, but I just wanted to kind of put that on anybody's radar. I directed her to the Academic Senate, as well as a couple other administrators responsible for scheduling and things of that nature. And yeah, it's open to discussion if anyone has any comments or anything that they'd like to say or would be willing to participate and kind of help them out through this process of having the month be recognized by the university. Yes, Senator Henderson?
I just think this is a great idea. I'd love for the admin to take a good look into this, and maybe we can write some resolution recommending this. I think the best way to acknowledge all genocides is to start one by one and not discriminate between each one. Of course, one going on right now, and I think
Multiple going on right now.
right. And I think the best way to do that is, not deny people's struggles and oppressions, and I think it's definitely a step in the right direction.
All right, thank you. Senator Lanfrani?
I agree with Senator Henderson. This looks fantastic. I think we should definitely get into writing a resolution for this. As Senator Henderson said, it's good to, even if we can't do it all at once, we can start one step at a time to acknowledge injustices around the world.
Thank you. Senator Zhang?
Senator Chair, I'm very touched by the story Lian shared about the journey Armenian people have gone through, and the genocide is no doubt a very dark chapter of the history. However, I felt compelled to point out that when last year, then Senator Sharonov proposed the idea of the Armenia Genocide Remembrance Day, the Turkish students community at UCSB was furious. So while I do appreciate the intention of reconciling the genocide, I do believe for those international politics, we should consult our stakeholder before we choose an action as AS. I yield.
Do you have any more? Senator Crescendi? I mean, not Crescendi, no.
Yeah, I'd echo the sentiments that were previously said by Senator Bernderson and Lankarani, but just wanted to offer myself up as a resource. I don't think the author is here right now, but if they happen to be watching, and I think I do have some contact, so I can also reach out. That's it.
Thank you. Senator Lala?
It's an extremely powerful statement from an extremely powerful national history that the Armenians have. Unfortunately, there's only so much that we can do. The decision is not ultimately up to us. So I think the best route is simply connecting the author of the statement with several senators who could work on it and can get on that. I don't think there's very much that we can contribute to it in this meeting.
Yep. All right. Any more comments? Senator Crescendi?
Yeah, I was at the meeting that Mingjun was talking about where former Senator Shalanov brought up the resolution, and then I believe it was the president of the Turkish Student Association came in and he was fuming, he was so mad. I just think it's important if we do proceed with this resolution to ensure that we focus on the Armenian perspective rather than bringing in other perspectives. I think the resolution talked about Turkey a lot, which is fine, because it's part of the history, but we want to be careful to not alienate or cause trauma to other students who I remember he was saying the Armenian and the Turkish students don't have any beef. Why are you bringing this to Senate? None of you guys are Turkish, or none of you guys are Armenian. Why are you talking about this kind of thing? So if it is brought by a student, I think we should highlight that and like hear out their concerns because. I mean, obviously, we don't want to silence anyone's voices, but we do need to tread lightly in that. I would say focus more on the Armenian perspective if it is coming from an Armenian. In order to not ostracize or alienate any Turkish students. Because he was really upset.
Period. Senator Grayson?
Yeah, I guess just to comment on that, I think, you know, with all due respect to Turkish students on this campus, the Armenian genocide did happen. And no one can't really deny history. There's a very deep and expansive historical record that documents the brutal genocide of these people, displacement and housing. So, you know, I think this is an important thing to go through, and unfortunately, genocide is political. And it will turn heads and upsets people, and, you know, I should, but the idea of mass murder is contentious. But, you know, it's still essential that we get this through, whether, you know, I don't wanna rile anyone up to hurt any feelings, and I don't wanna alienate any Turkish students. And of course, the current Turkish government isn't responsible for the Armenian genocide, nor are Turkish students, but it did happen.
All right, I would like to move on, so if this could be like the last remarks, that'd be nice. Yeah, okay, Senator Mize?
Yeah, similar to what Senator Richardson personally said. Like, I'm also like, I'm not Armenian, but I have like Turkish a lot in my family. It's very important to like kind of focus on the value of like humanity and the value of like what it means like for genocide to like what is genocide and like why it's like really bad, and not really focus on harming either Armenian students or Turkish students on the campus, because it's not about our like the past governments of the world and stuff like that. It's like, well, it is about the past governments of the world, but it says nothing about like individual students and individual like governments as who they are like right now. So that's kind of like the idea.
Senator Shaw?
Senior Chair, I understand the perspective bring out by senators, and I do wish Lillian the best of luck in their journey with the school to have the genocide recognized. However, my point being, AIS is not a proper channel for discussing those international politics with deep history. If we do a resolution on Armenia genocide, we are taking on the moral responsibility to also do one of the rape of Nanjing. The genocide, the massacre happened in Manchuria. All the terrible things Japan have done to China and the whole of East Asia. If we do that and not those, then we are just hypocrites. And if we do all those, we are not trained students. The students are not helped by doing international politics. Yeah, I yield.
All right. I just ask that we provide trigger warnings, please.
My apologies.
Senator Suk?
With all due respect for this conversation, there's a lot of issues here that want to speak about. And we're in the middle of public forum, so we shouldn't even be having.
We're not a public
discussion.
forum.
Are we not?
Nope,
Oh, we moved out.
we're in discussion items.
There's a lot of issues here, and I think we should kind of, they've been sitting here for, so.
Well, we're no longer in public forum.
Are we out, like?
Yeah, we're out of public forum. We've already left public forum. Senator Wyden?
I was given a request by IVTU and COSWEB to speak, and the Attorney General wants to speak at public forum, their messages, if that's okay with you.
Well, public forum is.
I understand, but if we're trying to get the feedback from all the VCs, I'd recommend we reopen it.
Okay.
Back to this.
Oh my goodness, I was like, out of respect for everyone's time, I'll be opening public forum up again.
Okay, so that's how you brought the students in public forum, please stand out there.
Sandy, I don't have one in my.
No, I don't want to read that. My mind is so. My mind needs to be scrubbed clean of all new Drake songs.
Yeah, I appreciate it. I lifted it. Look at you. Love a good Thursday.
Respectfully, a straight man that has called himself a lesbian does not deserve a platform.
Really?
It's like, he does not deserve a platform.
There are many other reasons why Drake doesn't deserve a platform. It's not the Senate floor.
I'm sorry, Owen, do you mind? Jasmine, can you bring us the public forum?
Owen.
Do you mind?
Can you hand us
Sorry.
that?
Oh, you good.
No.
The thing. Not even.
That's why we love EVPLA.
Shout out, shout out.
Shout out to EVPLA for real. Alright, we're moving back into public forum. The first being Eric Carlson. Is here about Michaela Wilson? What? Alright, you have 2.5 minutes to speak with 2 minutes for Q&A. Please say your name, pronouns, and enunciate your friend yelling. Speculation of the senator's intentions and abilities is prohibited and will result in strikes. 3 strikes and be removed from the ability to speak on the floor. Please note, speaking is being recorded. You can speak on any issue whether it's on the agenda or not. Please include content warning if you'll be graphic. You may only come up once to make sure silence constitutes it.
I do.
Okay, cool.
My name is Eric Carlson. I use he, him pronouns. I'm reading this on behalf of Michaela Wilson, unknown pronouns, the IDTU chair that I was attending to. To whom it may concern. Thank you for your message outlining the Senate's proposed plan regarding recruitment activities across the association. However, I want to express a deep frustration and concern with the content and timing of such an enormous announcement that will fundamentally change the inner workings of organizations like IDTU. The email was sent just a mere 7 hours before the Senate meeting in which the proposal was scheduled to be debated and implemented. I personally feel that it is not enough time at all, especially because I'm so busy and I've already established a schedule for my day. It's simply not appropriate or respectful to VCU chairs and staff advisors, many of whom have ongoing committees, to review the implications of such a dramatic policy shift, gather input from the team, or provide meaningful feedback. It honestly just feels a little shocking for this to be presented in the Senate without even reaching out to the VCUs at all, and I speak for my board when I say we were completely blindsided by this proposal. The proposal would further bureaucratize our process, slowing down internal processes even further, causing a larger time demand for appointments and taking away from projects that would help tenants of Isla Vista and the UCSB student body. These last-minute attempts at communication creates avoidable confusion and stress for those of us working to lead our entities. If the Senate truly aimed to better the relationship between VCUs and the association, then communication needs to be timely, thoughtful, and invite genuine consultation and feedback. The nature of this proposal just seems abusive. I strongly urge you and the Senate to consider postponing any formal action on this motion. I hope my worry and genuine concern is accurately articulated through this email, and I do appreciate and acknowledge the hard work you do, but I just felt the need to speak on behalf of IDTU. I invite further discussion if necessary, but because I could not make the Senate meeting, I still felt the need to voice my thoughts on this matter. Thank you for your time.
I'm calling Chloe. What did I say? Is it?
Shay.
Shay.
I just wrote my name, but this is Sam, my co-chair.
Hi, Sam. You have 2.5 minutes to speak with 2 minutes for Q&A. Please say your name, pronouns, and enunciate your friend from yelling. Speculation of senators' intentions and abilities is prohibited and will result in strikes. 3 strikes may be removed from the ability to speak on the floor. Please note, this meeting is being recorded. You may speak on any issue, whether it's on the agenda or not. Please include content warning for the graphic. Can you only come up once to make sure to answer questions? Do you agree? You have the floor.
Everyone, my name is Chloe. I'm the co-chair for the Transit Commission. I use she, them pronouns. Hi everyone, I'm Sam. I'm the co-chair of the commission. We didn't write out anything like specific, but we're basically echoing Eric's concerns about just transparency and communication with the VCUs. In the past, especially the past couple of years, we've had difficulty being like connected to Senate. And I think that sending out an email about something that fundamentally changes like the way VCUs do their election processes, whether it is like trying to adhere to legal code or not, whether it is like a big or small change, sending it out like 7 hours before, especially like right now it's Pride Week, like we're missing an event that like another commission member is doing right now to be here because we didn't know what was going on. I think it's kind of absurd, in my opinion, to say that like you're to try to prioritize like the opinions of VCUs and try to open communication if we're doing something like this. So in the future, just like think about that too. We also have concerns about the summer election, like finishing it within summer. We do Pride events for like Isla Vista and in collaboration with like Downtown Pacific Pride Foundation during week 10. So we try to get all of our election stuff done before then. We also have 2 emerging leader commissioner chairs, like those positions open in fall quarter, so we can't physically have all of our positions filled until like at least like kind of middle, beginning of November. So that's just like kind of what we're thinking off the top of our heads, but yeah.
All right, will you be taking questions? All right, do you have any questions? Sarah Siddiqui?
So let's say hypothetically, based on the email that the liaison committee chair sent out and how they were proposing that they wanted to work individually with each BCU because each BCU has their own unique situation. How would your board feel if the Senate left today to be a discussion period, but the office hours scheduled for tomorrow and Friday were still used by the liaison committee and other members of Senate, which would also be extended to Monday and Tuesday next week? And we would work with each BCU to address all of their concerns and come up with a very rough individualized plan and then have a formalized final plan that's voted on at next week's meeting. How would your board feel about that?
That would be helpful, but also we're still holding Pride Week in the next like weekend and like all like the days after this are our biggest events because we do like smaller to bigger almost, like attendance wise. So those are more like hands on deck. So I don't know if we can even like step away.
It wouldn't be very like personalized, like we would have to talk to our VCU liaisons and be like, hey, we need to figure this out.
Yeah,
I think like,
because that's like our sole commission, like that's not every group.
It also like all the very tiny details don't need to be figured out.
Yeah. Yeah, and we were just wondering, like, when we saw the email, because also since we're having like Pride events and it's like our most attended events, like of the school year, we wanted to promote spring elections, but
Yeah.
we can't really do it yet, then. Yeah, I don't know.
yeah. We were just a little bit confused about the language of the email because when you were talking about how, like recruitment processes that other VCUs have already done would not be affected. I think the email says like the opposite, that it would be affected. So it's just a little confusing. All right, do you have any, okay, Sarah Siddiqui?
What, yeah, if I can clarify, I mean, like, BCUs that have done the work correctly of doing recruitment, like, all the work they've put in terms of the responses they've gotten and everything will be counted. Like, we're not making everyone start over. However, the original intention was to just like put a brief pause on things because like we simply could not keep track of who's able to recruit right now and who's not, and a bunch of them.
That makes sense, yeah.
All right, do you have any more questions, comments, concerns? Sarah?
I just want to say overall, thank you guys for coming. I've seen you all over the arbor. I've seen you literally everywhere I go, you guys are there and you're doing great things. And to every VC in the room, the fact that we sent this email out this morning and like six of you guys showed up, it really shows your commitment to your work. And I'm sorry that if this email caused you any stress or any personal harm. As liaison committee vice chair, you're going to be hearing from me, and I would like thank you so much for speaking up on this. And I think like this year, we were striving for better communication, and I think I don't want this to be a step back. I want us to move forward together, and I think we will be able to accomplish that, and I think you really informed the Senate tonight, and I'm sorry overall, and I think we can move forward in a really positive way together, so thank you.
And personally, like the liaison committee has been really helpful. Like I think communication has been a lot higher. Yeah, we've enjoyed it. Yeah.
Thank you guys.
Thank you guys.
All right, next I invite Leanne Metzger. Hi. You have 2.5 minutes to speak with 2 minutes for Q&A. Please say your name, pronouns, and enunciate appropriate denying. Speculation of senators' intentions and abilities is prohibited and will result in strikes. 3 strikes will be removed from the ability to speak on the floor. Please note this meeting is being recorded. You may speak on any issue, whether it's on the agenda or not. Please include call for when you're going to be graphic. You may only come up once you to ask questions. Do you agree? Yes. All right, you have 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
Hi, I'm Leanne. I'm the co-chair of Coswell. My pronouns are she, her. I'm also talking about the recruiting policy. Since they've already covered kind of, how disrespectful the timing of the email was, I won't focus on that. I will focus more on the content of the email. First of all, just having to do with putting a pause on all hiring right now. I think if a complete change of hiring processes wanted to be considered, that's something that should have been considered like early winter quarter at the very latest. Me and my co-chair, we've been talking about hiring, like starting hiring like process since the end of last quarter. And we already have our plans, the schedule that we're planning to follow for our hiring process. And I know that boards have already opened the hiring for their applications. So I think it's pretty disrespectful to ask to be put on pause. Not only to the boards, but also the people who have already started working on their applications and considering what they want to do next year. Also, I think I have some concerns with the timing and the actual like proposed plan. It's saying that the full hiring of the hiring of the chair for the following year won't happen until week 7, and the decision for the rest of the board won't happen at the end of summer. At least for COSWEB, we like to have our next year board figured out by like week 6 or 7, so that we can do training. The rest of the quarter, it's really important for the incoming board to attend our meetings for the rest of the quarter, get to know the members, get to know the people whose positions that they're taking, and actually have that one-on-one conversation to receive that training. And this is pretty next to impossible to do over the summer. I don't, if any of you are graduating seniors, I don't think you're gonna be wanting to meet with people over the summer to train them. It's much better to have that happen over spring quarter. And then during the fall, during the summer, everyone can brainstorm and be ready to really like hit the ground running when fall quarter starts. It's a much more efficient system that way, and that's how we've done it the past few years. Additionally, I agree that, there are ways to make hiring more equitable, make it more like available to all people, but I think it's more something that can be, giving like ways for BCUs to do this, giving some like advice, instruction, rather than just taking over the whole, taking over the hiring process in itself. I think that BCUs know.
You're at time. You can wrap up your thoughts.
I was just saying, I think that BCUs know best about who is gonna work best on their own boards and how their boards work.
Will you be taking questions?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Do you have any questions? Oh, Rajat?
Hi, Yan, do you have anything you want to finish?
I think I also had a bit of, I don't know exactly how this would be implemented, but I had a bit of concern over accepting applications for the chairs, and then considering who the chairs want to be in the next position. I think that it's almost like a bit of a waste of time if you're gonna open up anyone in UCSB can be co-chair of COSWEB, so people are gonna apply to that. But at the end of the day, the people who are currently in COSWEB are gonna have that advantage because they know how COSWEB runs, they know what to do, and they're ultimately going to have an advantage at the position. And so anyone who's applying to that position where other internal people are also applying, it's kind of more or less a waste of time.
Okay, thank you. Senator Adam?
Chair, do I have permission to do a little quick back and forth?
You got 1 minute.
Have you seen a lot of senators at your events this year? So, do you feel that the Senate fully understands COSWEB and the intricacies of your committee? No. So do you think that a pause on the hirings and a 4-week process is an adequate amount of time for the Senate to take in full consideration of many BCU's intricacies?
Yes.
You think a 4-week timeline is enough?
No, sorry, it's not enough.
Okay.
I mean, the people who are currently doing the hiring, they like myself, I've been on COSWEB for 3 years. That's how I know that, who I think is gonna be a best fit for these positions, and 4 weeks isn't enough time. Especially considering there's 15 BCUs, maybe more. I don't exactly know how many. That's a lot of different people, and you all run very differently, developed for very different like purposes. Like I wouldn't be able to do the hiring for EAB, like we're very different.
Thank you.
Sorry, Molly's?
I just have like a question because I just don't know. How much applicants do you usually get per?
Yeah, it depends on the year. Last year we opened it all students, we sent an email on the university website, posted on our Instagram, posted on our newsletter, and we got probably 40 applicants for 3 open positions. So a pretty high amount, yeah.
All right, we're at time. All right, thank you so much for coming. Next I invite Owen Myers and Samira Casillas. Hi. All right, you have 2.5 minutes to speak with 2 minutes for Q&A. Please state your name, pronouns, and enunciate your friend for speculation of senators' intentions and abilities is prohibited and will result in strikes. 3 strikes may be removed from the ability to speak on the floor. Please note this meeting is being recorded. You may speak on any issue whether it's on the agenda or not. Please include content warning for the graphic. You may only come up on 2 minutes to answer questions. Do you agree? All right, floor is yours.
My name is Owen Myers. My pronouns are he, him, and I'm a 4th year in EDPLA. This is kind of like a weird start, but it's just because of the uniqueness of like UCIB as an organization. I'd like to ask, first of all, since UCIB is kind of this weird position as a subcommittee in my office, is this something that impacts UCIB at all?
No, in the content of the email, we said that like it's the executive who the GCU corresponds to, so UCIB corresponds to you, so it's the same structure where you appoint the chair and they appoint the rest of the board.
Of course, and an additional question too. So UCIB enjoying the benefits of a VCU does not affect it? Like would that cause a change?
Senator.
I don't think so, no.
So the JC is currently reviewing Senate's request about UCIB status. If they find UCIB not to be a BCO, then they will not be subject to any policy regards the BCO. But if they found UCIB to be able to receive the benefit and privilege of BCO, then there might need to be more conversation had on the topic to offer more clarification.
So there would need to be more clarification regarding if this applies. Or is it just the privilege itself?
Yeah, Senator.
I'm sorry, but the answer is yes and no. Because if UCIB is a BCO, then our BCO's chairperson must be appointed by the president. So it's that part. But if UCIB is not a BCO or a semi-BCO, then they can be exempted from that requirement.
Okay, so I guess, yeah, sorry.
My name is Samira Casillas. My pronouns are she, her, and I'm the UCIB chair. I had a question in terms of the appointments. So obviously UCIB, we have very high turnover and we need to consistently hire representatives to have our shift staffed on Fridays and Saturday nights. So I know there was a freeze on appointments, so I was wondering if that only affect VCUs or would UCIB also be affected by the freeze?
I think that's what we're trying to figure out right now.
Okay.
Yeah.
In the case, I guess arguing for the case, let's just say for the hypothetical that yes, it is affected. We would like to strongly say that we believe that is like a major oversight like of the organization because of the fact, as Samira mentioned, we are unique in the fact that, so we do receive around like 60 applications through a bulk email that we send out a quarter in which the hiring process is conducted. I will say that, like following this process, we do get like turnover as mentioned. So a lot of these like representatives work, for example, in the capacity of volunteers on Deltopia shifts. So they've already worked shifts, meaning if there's a freezing on this hiring, it's basically meaning that for the shifts they have already done, that they cannot get compensated for those shifts. And we would have to inform them that would, yes.
It was a recruitment freeze for the 2025 to 2026 school year.
I see, okay. Right, thank you for the clarification. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, guess that's our major questions. I would like to, however, echo the sentiments. I have spoken with IBTU and other AS organizations, like such as like the Hartall Center. And I would just like to echo the previous concerns about the kind of the lateness of like the same day notice. I just think this is something specifically, especially if this applies to UCID or other orgs that like have a unique like status and also like many different complex levels to them. I just feel like this is something that needs to be discussed for a much more lengthy amount of time. So I would just like to echo the previous sentiments of those before me. So we'll take questions.
Senator Mead.
Super off topic, but I don't know the students, so I just wanted to say thank you for everything that you guys did about the year.
I was gonna have like an executive report later, but just an announcement, we had like 10,000 visitors to the tent. And we gave out like over 3,000 liquid IV packets. We gave out 105 gallon jugs of water. So, which is like equivalent around like 4,000 water bottles. We also gave out over $3,000 worth of snacks. I'm just throwing out stats here. But it's important to show. Also 1,200 units of Narcan and over 600 units of Tylenol test strips. So very highly successful. I think that was a perfect location to be. I can get more of my clarification later, but just wanted to throw that out there. Thank you guys for your support as well. We were the only water station within 3 blocks.
We are at time. But if anyone has any final questions or remarks, now would be the time. Oh, we'll come back to give his report later.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right, thank you. All right, that concludes our public forum. We're now moving into new business. Yeah, okay. Now moving into new business, the first being a bill to amend the Causeway legal code authored by Senator Silk in conjunction with Senator Dinesh. You'll have the floor.
Leah, do you want to talk about the bill or do you want me to just go? Okay, and is it okay if the council?
Yeah. Please.
Okay, hello. So, yeah, we're updating our legal code. I don't know the last time it was updated, so a lot of it is just like wording things and then also like current positions working like duties are outdated. So for example, sorry, I don't have it pulled up, but like there's like a duty of the mental health coordinator that is just not like, there's no capacity that she works on anymore, so it's not needed to be in the legal code. And then the main thing is that we're adding 2 new coordinator positions, one of which is a culture and inclusivity coordinator. So this person is going to be focused on liaising with other groups and also hosting events related to diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility. So making sure that positive events are more accessible, and working with cultural events on campus, working with code, DQCOM, things like that. And then the other position that we're adding is a community outreach coordinator who will specifically be working on like doing events to outreach to freshmen and new students, and then also doing volunteer events. So just to increase our community outreach. And then our current outreach coordinator title is going to be changed to special projects coordinator and just be doing events because that's the bulk of what they do anyways.
All right, thank you. Do the authors have anything to say? Field? All right, well, now the floor is open for discussion and, because it is a bill, it does have to be tabled for a week. Senator John?
Senator Chair, I move to table a bill to amend the Causeway legal code for a week.
There's been a motion to table a bill to amend the Causeway legal code for a week. Do we have a second, Senator Ganesh? Second. seconded by Senator Ganesh, we're non-discussion, Senator Grani. Question has been called, do you have any objections?
Consent.
We have to vote.
No, it's just tabled.
Right, thank you guys. Do you have any objections to the consent? All right, seeing none, motion passes, this is now tabled for a week. Senator Siddiqui?
A motion to enter an 8-minute recess.
There's been a motion to enter an 8-minute recess. Do we have a second, Senator Lankrani? Seconded by Senator Lankrani, we're in discussion, Senator. Fidel,
Question.
question has been called, do you have any objections?
Consent.
All right, we will be back at 8 o'clock.
To have the discussion. Enter. Enter.
Yeah. Okay.
back to their seats. We are back from recess at, I believe, 8:03. I'm taking a point of personal privilege. I will be yielding chairship to Senator Siddiqui.
Okay, we are now moving into, back into discussion items. And I want to start off with the 2025 to 2026 board, commission, unit, and committee recruitment procedures, what everyone's been waiting for. Senator Dinesh,
Can I do a senator report
you may.
or chair report? Whatever. My name is Sally Ganesh. I'm the chair of the liaison committee for this year. I'm the one who sent the email out. And in the email, there was also a feedback form, and I feel like for transparency, I have to read this feedback out. I won't read all of it, there's a lot. But kind of my job. Okay, so one of the first questions was, what are your concerns or complaints? Most people in the responses, as of within like 8 hours, I've gotten like 3 people responding, so that's that. Most people feel that this is a complete overstep of Senate power. Why should senators get equal/greater say over the hiring process? This is unfair to the VCUs who have already begun their hiring process. There's, they feel that the Senate's plan severely hinders VCU autonomy, and many threatens to strip the culture and power away from VCU organizations. After, another question was public recruitment. Publicizing recruitment is a necessity. Most people said you could just instruct VCUs to do things and make sure they do it. We should be the concern, we should not be the concern. All VCUs publicize recruitment via campus-wide emails, flyers, social media posts, etc. The Senate approves appointments, not COC, not Senate should be involved in recruitment process. And for other comments, it was, if you're going to propose a new adequate time, more time is needed for this process, and I feel like the Senate's plan does not have adequate time to understand what views are looking for. Someone said, thank you for seeking feedback. Okay, now I would like to clarify certain things here. I feel like the email has been misread as the Senate jumping in and taking all VCU autonomy when it comes to hiring. Another thing most people are not understanding is not all VCUs are functioning at the same level as one would want them to. Some VCUs really have their shit together. Because we're, you know, some VCUs are struggling, that's okay. We have a very high turnover rate. Some of them are just barely appointed as chairs. This is a process to help VCUs who need that help. We are not going to overhaul recruitment and completely strip autonomy. We will check in with every VCU, and if we feel that said VCU needs help with it, we have to. More importantly, if this is an association funded by student fees, publicizing jobs here to all students is an absolute necessity. We cannot not publicize jobs. You know, VCUs need to understand that there's a difference between clique and a community. We have to, this is a bottom line that I will like to emphasize again and again. Publicizing to everyone in the student body is an absolute necessity. If your personal VCU and individual VCU has already done that process, taken those measures, is very successful in hiring people through that process, very good. This is a measure to make sure all VCUs are able to operate on the same level. I hope that ends, and also some people are misreading. This is for the next year, 2025, 2026, not this year. A lot of people emailed me that they're hiring for this quarter. You can do that, you can continue to do that. That is totally fine. This is for the next academic year. And I will take questions.
Senator Rosandy.
So what exactly is the purpose of pausing appointments? Can you just explain that a little bit more? I think I'm a little lost on it. The action of pausing and what the reason behind it.
Pausing, I feel that a lot of us are having like Freudian associations to the other pauses happening around here. This is not that. We are just wanting to check in on all DCUs to see, hey, how is your recruitment going? If it's going great, great, go ahead and do it. But if it's not, we have a very comprehensive process and plan, and we would like to take it on. So most people are understanding pausing as the year 20, for spring quarter, people should not be hired. That is not true. Please go ahead and hire people for the spring quarter. We are not touching that. That's not a business.
I would also say the reason for the pause, I believe, was that every single VCU is doing a different recruitment process, and we can't ensure that all of them are doing one that's equitable and fair and up to date with our legal standards without doing some sort of pause at some point, because then it would just keep continuing. It's like, how do we like get to a solution?
Yeah, a pause here is not intended to hinder a recruitment process that has already started. It is, almost think of it as a check-in. Hey, how's your process going? Is it going well? I'm glad it's going well. If it's not, we have resources, we have a plan. I would like to say it again on record that I'm having extensive office hours tomorrow. Tomorrow's a bit bad, my class schedule is trouble. But tomorrow, 8:30 to 10 a.m. and all of Friday from 8:30 to like 2 or something like that. On Zoom, I'm more than available to stretch myself by appointment if you guys want. Next week's office hours will also be equally extensive. They will be sent out by an email. Please come to my office hours. Senator Sook's office hours will also be sent out by an email. Liaison committee meetings are also open to everyone. They are happening 5:30, AS Main, Mondays. Yes, please come. I want your questions. I want your concerns. Thank you so much for your feedback for everyone who came.
Senator Rosanna?
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Given the feedback that we received from DCUs tonight during the public forum, how do you plan to proceed with your plan? How are you gonna take the feedback into consideration?
It's not my plan.
The plan.
I have this is the Senate's proposed plan. Two things important. Okay.
Point of order,
It
like,
was Senate Executive Committee.
again, point of order, you do not speak for the Senate Executive Committee unless like a motion has been made in a meeting on the agenda, said like clarifying our sentiment. I do not agree with a lot of this, so like I would ask that you refrain from like speaking for others.
Okay, this is not my personal plan either. I wish I had that much power. I do not. Okay, my job here is to collect inputs from VCUs about how they feel about this proposed plan that's just still in discussion. If I do not want to make the 74th Senate mistake, if VCUs feel that they want more communication from us, we shall give it to them. If they feel there's a big portion of VCUs who actually need this help that we are putting into action. As someone who's been in a lot of VCU meetings, I'm saying not all of them operate on the same level. Okay, and I feel like a lot of people who do have their process very streamlined are feeling that we're gonna come and take autonomy away from them. That is not the case. That's something I want to reiterate again. So, based on this input, I feel like we will proceed with VCU consultation, as was always our plan, as is intended in the email.
I'm yielding to Tricia to repeat this.
Alright, Senator Rosanna?
Sorry, okay, one last thing. Can I just make a recommendation that another follow-up email is, I don't know, up to you, but another follow-up email is sent clarifying everything to the rest of the VCs that might not have been here too. Because everything that was just said was very clarifying for me who read the email, and I'm sure a lot of people who weren't here in this room might also need that clarification. So maybe a follow-up email saying like, we're not here to take the autonomy away. Just basically summarizing everything you just said for those who are here.
I feel like emails is what is like giving a lot of, like, text is open to misinterpretation, and that's why we have office hours and we are publicizing it a lot. We really invite people for consultation, but if the Senate feels that another email is required, I can send that out. Yeah. last thing before I leave the podium is that if you're funded by student fees, you ought to advertise your jobs to all students. Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Iden?
Okay, so I'm just gonna share my thoughts on this, and I'm just gonna start from like the why to like all the points made in the email. So like, our why is that our hirings are not equitable to everyone on campus right now. I think that's kind of like our primary point of contention, correct? Okay, so my thoughts are, why are we doing all of this? Why don't we just start setting some harder, like clarifying guidelines for recruitment that your appointments aren't gonna be valid unless you do this? Also, like having this happen again, I know the sentiment's gonna keep coming back up, like week 2 of spring, when we're hearing BCUs have already been doing recruitment since winter, just screams negligence to me on like if we are to go through with this and just like kind of completely ignore without hearing from like, we've heard from like three or four BCUs tonight. And like, if we want to go through with the decision that was like announced today, it's just, I don't think that's a great way to like show consideration for the members of our association. Again, also if the reasoning is like equitability, what's the data on that? How do we know it's inequitable? How do we know like students aren't getting these opportunities? Like, if anything, in my mind, it's just, oh, it wasn't advertised, so it is inequitable. That's not necessarily true. A lot of these BCUs, they work really hard and they like really work to cultivate members, and like us saying we know better than you isn't the way I think we should go about it. Like, we were going to do something like this, we should have begun in like winter quarter. And then kind of like just going into the proposed plan. So we want to pause hirings, and then Senate leadership, COC, liaison and outreach committee are going to conduct recruitments for hundreds of positions that most of us really have no idea what it takes to fill, or the qualifying like factors for those positions, as a lot of us don't interact that closely with these BCUs. And then we have a 3-week timeline of advertising these positions after we create these application, ads for these positions we really don't know anything about. And then we have a 3-week advertising for these positions we don't know anything, and then interviews begin week 7. And then the new Senate terms in week 8, all fresh faces to the association, and they're going to have to finish that process of interviews. And you're planning on conducting hundreds of interviews between week 7 and week 8 if you want to keep it in this 75th like Senate, or if you want to put it onto the 76th, who's now just getting thrown into this entirely new process with new procedures. I'm not for this at all, and that's kind of my thoughts on that. I think it's a strange, it's just the timing of it's extremely strange, it's inconsiderate, and if you're going to show consideration to the BCUs, we don't do anything about this tonight, and we can pass this on, set up these procedures for the rest of our quarter, the rest of our term, set up a nice system for the 76th Senate, and then they take the torch and they can implement it that way.
Yeah, a few things. I think, Senator, with all due respect, a lot of the things that were said, I think contradict exactly what was said in the email. First of all, the interview process is not week 7 to week 8. It's week 7 throughout multiple weeks of the summer, and it's not hundreds of positions. It's only the chairperson positions or equivalent. That would be way less than 100. Probably the maximum would be is maybe 35, maybe 40, 50 max. That would take place over a series of 2 months. 1 month, 6 weeks. That's the first point. Second of all, the point was made about why aren't we seeking a longer term solution to the recruitment process? The answer is that we are. There's legislation in the works right now to address that issue. It's not been introduced because it's not nearly ready yet, because we want to go through an expansive consultation process. We are trying to find a long-term fix. Another point I want to bring up is that the assertion here is that because there wasn't enough time to consult the BCUs and get them on board for this multiple weeks in advance, we should throw away this entire recruitment plan, do business as usual, and then set up the system for the 76th Senate to do recruitment correctly. realistically, if we want to create a more equitable association, if we truly want this association to be open and accessible to everyone, if we want to increase voter turnout, it has to start with the Senate, for lack of better words, having some balls and taking action that needs to be taken. The 74th Senate was the first Senate to cut into rollover. And if all of you remember who were there, that action was very controversial. Now, when we discuss the concept of rollover, there is not nearly as much controversy around it because we've done the work of explaining it and doing the messaging. I agree that the consultation and the timing of this email was way too late. I also want to say that in the conversation I just had with my senators, I was the first person to say that I don't think we should come to a decision on this today anymore. I think it should wait until next week. But what I do want to emphasize is that what I believe the Senate's role for the BCUs in this process is to ensure that every single BCU is engaging in a recruitment process that has objective standards that all BCUs adhere to. We don't want liaison committee and outreach committee and senators going in and doing these interviews and individually picking the people. That's not what's described in the email. That's not the intention of the plan. The intention of the plan is to ensure that every single BCU, as of now, we start the precedent from now, makes the recruitment open to all students. And then from next year, we have a formalized system in place. That's the idea behind it. It's not going to be perfect. Sandy and Yasmin are going to have to work their asses off like they have been, and I'll be there to help them. And my office will be as well. And I truly invite anyone else here on the Senate who would like to help out of this process and work with the BCUs. But I believe this is a necessity. I believe that if we do this correctly, if we take it slower, if we incorporate all the feedback, and we really work with the BCUs, I think this has the potential to be by far one of the most important things we've done this quarter, this term, other than the Active Allocation Act. Those are my initial thoughts on it. I just wanted to put that out there.
Senator Moise?
I agree with a lot of Senator Siddique's points. Senator Iden, you said that it seems a lot on like Senate for like us saying that like, oh, a lot of BCU's processes of recruiting are like unequitable or something. But I feel like the point of like Senator Ganesh's email was saying that, or what they said on the podium right now, is that we don't know if it's true, we don't know if they're equitable, but this is seen as just a check-in process to kind of find out, hey, what's going on? Do you guys need help? There's a lot of BCUs that are doing great and they know exactly what they're looking for in their executive office positions. And we don't need to intervene, we're just going to say hi to them and that's about it. But there's a big lack of communication with Senate, with BCUs and stuff like that, but this is a way of us like to show that we care about them also in a way. And if they do not understand like policies and like how to like run things, like especially new BCUs or stuff like that, we can be there to help them with their recruitment process going into next year and stuff like that. So I see it as also a way we can just kind of like assist them more of like intervening.
Okay, so I try to organize my thoughts here because I think the central issue is that there's multiple things going on here. And they're all similar enough that we're all getting confused, and this tends to happen all the time. I mean, we're students and these are our workplaces at the end of the day. We work in the Senate, BCUs work amongst themselves. It's always difficult to try to bridge that gap in a way that has a positive tone to it rather than, you know, being seen as an intervention into a ground where usually the Senate shouldn't be stepping into. So I think let's deal with them one by one. I think the two main things from the Senate perspective, and I think a lot of the student body, even if you disagree with some of the senators who have been making these points, it's important to recognize that we think that we're representing the student body's voice on this overwhelmingly. Is that the two main issues are the advertising process not being open enough. And this applies to no matter the level of the function of the BCU. I mean, you could be a Napoleon level organizer. That's still extremely important that you advertise it openly because it is an open and public position. And the second, of course, is BCUs seemingly not functioning to a standard that the student body would be satisfied with. I think that's the key definition there. Not Senator X, Y, or Z wouldn't be satisfied with, the student body wouldn't be satisfied with. Of course, that's guided by legal code and years of precedent. I think there's real issues in this process, which are completely legitimate for BCU representatives to bring up. Timing, of course, being chief amongst them, not only the email being released prior to the meeting, which is a serious issue, but I think won't make much of a difference in the long term. I think the key concern is more to the tune of what Senator Iden was saying, that BCUs have started this process a long time ago, and there's a real incongruence there that we're beginning now when much of this work has already been done. And I recognize that as well. That being said, issues with this process, fully accept that. I think deep reform is absolutely needed, and I think that's the most important takeaway here. And sometimes, in order to get to a better new structure, you kind of need a bull in a china shop like situation, as I think this was, to kind of drag people into it, make them pay attention, and then bring enough minds together that we create a sustainable way to move forward from it. So a sustainable solution at the end of the day, not a way to antagonize one another unnecessarily. So what I'm thinking here is, what outcome would make this process worth it? What would be a tangibly positive step forward from all of this? And in my view, that would be in discussions today and hearing from all of you today and throughout this process, and hopefully making this decision come a week's time, so next Wednesday. That would be having a clear definition of what we mean by open advertising. And obviously this is much more nebulous, but a clearer understanding of the kind of function that we expect, not we as in senators, we as in representatives of the student body, expect from all BCUs. And through that, to establish a system that functions well into the future and not just in term ahead. So I think the thing that grabbed the most attention was the concept of the hiring pause and all the rest of it. But I think what really matters and what we should get out of this and build towards is a system of the advertising and of communication where the Senate is able to see whether all BCUs are up to the standard the students expect from them well into the future, and not something that you have to be scared of from us, that we step in once a year and take away BCU's power, because that's, from no one I've spoken to, is that the aim. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Iden.
So just to jump back in on some points. No one's saying we like don't do reform, like keep the current system as it is. Like no one's saying that. Like if anything, I think that we all have a shared sentiment of like, let's get this opportunity to as many people as we can. And like that's our guiding idea, right? Like that's what we want to get. We want this to be as equitable as process to everyone. If we're trying to be equitable and we're trying to be fair, throwing this in BCU's faces and only being able to hear from 3 is not the way to do it. Throwing it in like cramming it into the last week of fall quarter of this plan to pause hirings and then implement this procedure that isn't ready or written yet, that like no one knows anything about before we even go ahead and do it, isn't the best way to go about it. Like if anything, we have the procedure set up and then we'll follow it later. We don't like, oh, we're going to stop this right now and then we're going to fix it. Like this issue of inequitability that like may or may not persist. Like, are students really upset about this? Like, are students really like trying to be in BCU? I don't know. I don't know that information. Like, I don't know if students are super upset that they're not in a BCU, you know? Like, that's why like you need that period of like data gathering.
Senator Amin.
Okay, so the reason why I think this is gonna work really well is because the goal of what we're doing is not to take power away from the BCUs, and I think that where the miscommunication was is obviously that BCUs came in and thought that that's what was happening. The only analogy that I can think to explain this is after the Great Depression, not to compare the situation to the Great Depression, but after the Great Depression, FDR closed all the banks and then slowly decided to open the ones that had their shit together, and that's exactly what we're doing. The ones that know what they're doing and will like put chairs in place that know what they're doing, like Coswell, for example, won't need our support. But the ones that do need our support are gonna get our support. So that's my analogy. I hope that makes sense.
A point I would like to mention, and I think is relevant because my office has been working on this, is and something I would like us all to think about. We have staff advisors for every single BCU. What are our collective expectations of advisors' roles within a BCU? We currently don't have streamlined or standardized trainings. And lack a lot of procedural understandings as to how BCUs interact with our Senate and with AS in general. And these are things that we need to consider in these conversations moving forward. Senator Ganesh?
First, I'll address the chair's point about trainings and staff advisors. There is a big legislation in the works for that. And we did have a meeting with the advisors about this and I just locked up there.
You got it?
Yeah, so two things to note here is that everyone's talking about the timing of this. One, I'm astonished that the timing of the email could have been earlier. Should not have been the day of Senate. And the second is that we should have introduced this in winter quarter. The thing is, liaison committee, as it stands, not that this is a liaison thing that we are doing. This is the alternate. But the thing is, this is our first year existing. The Community Work Act was 74th Senate introduced. It takes a minute to just figure out what I'm pointing with here. So if the constant argument is you should not introduce any change last minute, well, what is last minute? We are in a quarter system, which is already very small. Our terms end in like 3 quarters. By the time you figure out what the job is, it's over. So that should not stop. So if we've noticed a genuine issue in the association, we should not be scared to reform. We are setting standards here of equity. Think about it like elections. I had no AS experience. I came from an RCO background, but I was like, you know what, I'm gonna be a senator. You're allowed to do that. You're allowed to run for elections. People will vote on it. This is the same standard we're setting. We are advertising chair positions to all student body, and they all have a right to apply. They all have a right to get involved. Someone gave me a feedback that BCU boards should be the ones voting on chair positions. That is still going to be the case. BCU boards will vote on who their chair should be. It's just that instead of the same 5 faces they will see every day, they will have a few more applications, and we're not taking autonomy. We're not saying your chairs are appointed by the president, but BCU boards have a say in the involvement. They can apply to be chairs. They can want to move up. There's also a sense of this false hierarchy in AS where before you become a BCU chair, you have to be some kind of like some other position in a BCU. That is not what equity is about. That's all I would like to say.
Nurse Vicky?
I think I want to address one central question that a lot of people might be asking right now, which is why are you doing this so soon? Why are you doing it like this? Why aren't you taking it slow and doing deep reform? I think it would be helpful for you all, as I was a BCU chair last year, when the discussions around rollover happened, to me, it just felt like you're coming in and you're trying to take that money. And as I've stepped into this position, I think I've kind of forgotten a lot about what it is to be a BCU chair. And it's very hard to see each other's perspectives. I think when all of us are operating at a high level like this in an association, putting so much of our own personal time and effort into these roles. And I'm prefacing what I'm about to say by saying that when I'm saying I want to address the reason why there hasn't been reform to the recruitment process before. As Senator Ganesh mentioned, the reason why there hasn't been reform to the recruitment process before is because the way this association is set up and designed, where people who end up in positions, a lot of the times, whether it be chair positions or regular board positions or senators, are not given the adequate training or the adequate resources about how to do their jobs, about how the association works. For example, the Committee on Committees, as we discussed with advisors earlier, has essentially not been able to complete all of its functions for years on end. Now, I will remind you all, we have multiple staff advisors who work with COC, and right now it's our Assistant Director of Governmental Affairs. We used to have a legislative liaison position that would work with the Senate and would take on some of the work of the Assistant Director for Governmental Affairs. That position was removed from the job, from the AS-wide staff org chart. We have a huge issue with recruiting and retraining professional staff to train students on how to do their jobs. What we're doing right now, it's not going to be perfect. I think there's going to be a lot of hiccups in the way, but it's because we see that we are at, I can't find the perfect words for it, but Senator Lala might have mentioned it to me at a lunch we had a few months ago. But we're at a tipping point on the horizon of change. And we're trying to fix a broken system. We want to set up a system that works. And, you know, we could just say, okay, let's just go for the long, hard, deep reform and try to do it next year. But then that's a whole year of students who missed out on the opportunity to potentially get involved when they could have. And me personally, I'm not willing to throw away a whole year of opportunities for this. I'm willing to make as many amendments to this plan as needed. I'm willing to put in as much time and effort as needed and make as many compromises as needed, but I'm not willing to throw away a year.
All right, thank you. Senator Ganesh?
Yeah, we are not making a motion on this tonight. The form is open. We're doing office hours, come to committee meetings. We want to hear about this. Thank you, Senator Iden, for all your feedback. I will continue to hear from you. But I don't want to shy away from reform but through the nature of my job, I've noticed a lot of VCs generally struggling with recruitment and retention. And I remember my previous point with that is that we're pretty understaffed, and asking whatever amount of staff we have to do so much is not very fair to them either. They have 9 to 5, a lot of VCU meetings, because the nature of being a student, are pretty late into the night. We cannot expect them. This is just streamlining a process where there's more involvement, more help to make more equitable association.
Yes, sir.
I also think it's worth noting that this is still a conversation. If you guys don't like week 7, we can change that, right? We don't like the nature of laws. I think that we shouldn't do that, right? Then we can have that conversation right now, right? It's not like yes or no, right? I mean, you may be on the side of no, and that's okay too, but it's also yes, and let's change it in this way, right? Yes, and let's change it based on this feedback, right? So I think we should also be talking about not just like yes or no, but also like, okay, if we do move forward with this, how should we change this, right? I don't know.
Senator Shaw?
Senator Chair, I fully agree with the sentiment and spirit brought up by Senator Lala, Senator Siddiqui, and Senator Ganesh. Its association founded upon equity, which couldn't stop our pursuit of those principles. However, speaking as someone who was almost board member for the Global Cultural Commission for 3 years, I also state the BCO perspective in it. Sometimes we get email from the Senate, we're scared, we don't know what is going to happen, and we are powerless. So I'd love to join the conversation and contribute my perspective as a BCO experience. And hopefully we can draw out a set of concrete standards. And if a BCO met those set of standards in their recruitment efforts, then all their accomplished will be recognized and they don't have to redo everything. And yet.
All right, thank you. Senator Alvin?
My final point on this matter, change isn't bad. Change is good when it's slow, when you have the data, especially with how many VCs we have. They're all very unique. Oh, you do your hirings this way. Okay, you need like a lot of people, like you need to be in person for your hiring, so it doesn't really work well for you over the summer because that's just kind of the nature of the position. All right, let's accommodate that. Like we can still do the change. Like it's okay to take it slow. It really is. And like I don't mean like a month. I mean like we spend like time talking to every VCU going into next year. It's fine if it gets pushed back. Like I'd rather have a system set up that is like ready for 10 more years than like a change that we think might work to solve this solution. You know, like going slow is fine. And like I want to train the next Senate as like well as I can. And I know a lot of other people share that sentiment. And I don't see the harm in like setting up this really cool system or like, this process of us interviewing VCUs and then like doing the reforms and like setting them up and like showing them what like the best way to go about it and like having them do a great job. Like, that's where I'm at, but I yield.
All right, thank you. Senator Amin?
Just to kind of piggyback off of what Senator Arden was saying, if we want to do it like that, I think that's a great idea. I think one way to make that process a little easier is we can send out a sign, well, I mean, we're only here for another 4 meetings. So if we send out a VCU sign-up sheet and have X amount of VCUs come to our Senate meetings before our last meeting, we can have like however many people can get in during that time, and they can come speak to us on their concerns and what we can do. And I just think that's the most realistic way to get this done in our Senate.
All right, thank you. So we have been discussing this for like around 30 minutes. So let's try to wrap up. Senator Siddiqui?
This is my final comment. I just want to go off of what Senator Amin and Senator Iden said. I fully reciprocate and agree with the notion of getting consultation done with this. I think the idea of having VCUs come to Senate may not be the most effective. I think perhaps a better approach would be getting liaison committee to individually outreach to VCUs over the next week, which was the plan as we already communicated, because a lot of VCUs are like operating at a different level, right? Some VCUs badly need this, some VCUs have already done their recruitment process and they're fine. And liaison committee has a more in-depth understanding of who needs help and who doesn't and we don't. So I think just for time's sake, over the next week and potentially even the week after that, Senator Iden, exactly what you suggested is exactly what we want to do before we come to a final decision. Meet with all of the individual VCUs, figure out where we need to make exceptions, and then go forward with the comprehensive policy, hopefully by next week. I think we can get it done by next week. I'm free pretty much all Friday, and I'm willing to help out as much as possible. If not next week, then after that. That's my final comment.
All right, thank you. Let's try to wrap up. Senator Iden?
And just to confirm on that process, I just request it's like you have to meet with every VCU. It's not, oh, they didn't respond, we're just gonna do it however. I just request that you meet with the VCU.
Senator Nash?
I want to do that as well. A week's time, I don't have enough labor, so I'm really, if anyone wants to jump in and help us out, I would love to do that. And B is based on this one, I want to do this as much as possible. I want to do this too, but I'm gonna need it, and I want to be honest about that to the Senate. If this is something we all want to work towards, I really would welcome. Especially there are some VCs that some of us are more close to, despite our best attempts at being liaisons to them.
Senator Amin?
That's exactly why I think that we should do it. Because there.
Can you speak a little bit louder, please?
Saying that's exactly why we should bring those VCs here. If we tell them to come in person this date, this time, they're way more likely to respond and come than if we email them like, hey, I know this is the millionth time that we've tried to reach out and you don't want to respond, but let me just try one more time. Anyway, we've done, it doesn't work. Like, let's try something different. This is that.
Senator Nash?
I actually do agree with that. The points of intent, but yeah, I do agree with that. So if Senate has a clear way that they want to direct us to work, I will do it. But otherwise, I'll probably follow that.
Senator Siddiqui?
Yeah, I mean, I was just gonna say, I agree. I think we don't need to give you guys a formal directive. I think liaison committee is more than prove themselves. I trust their leadership to figure out the best way to get this done.
All right, cool. How do you feel about moving on? Yeah, okay, cool. We're now moving into old business. Senator Nash?
Could we move it back to discussion as food banks here?
Yeah, okay. That needs to be motioned onto the agenda. So would you like to motion that on?
Yes.
Senator Ganesh?
I'd like to make a motion adding food banks college proposal onto the agenda under discussion items.
There's been a motion to add food bank college proposal into, you said action items or discussion items? Discussion items. Do we have a second? Senator Iden?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Iden. We're not discussing. Senator Carney. The president called. Do we have any objections?
Consent.
Seeing none. that has now been added onto the agenda under discussion items. Senator John?
Senator Chair, I move to excuse Senator Anita Butler from 8 p.m.
All right, there's been a motion to excuse Senator Butler for the duration of this meeting. Do we have a second, Senator Lancaroni?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Lancaroni, we are now in discussion. We are now in discussion. Senator Crisandi?
Call the question.
Question has been called. Do you have any objections?
Consent.
Seeing none, motion passes. I now, Senator Ganache?
I have forwarded you the presentation.
I don't have my laptop on me. So you have to send it to them. Oh, what was that? Are you listening to me?
Yeah.
I'm sorry, he has like a weird Siri thing. You need to disable that. You need to disable that. That's weird. Senator Shaw?
Senator Chair, I move to amend the agenda at President's report and unit and OEC research under President's report and unit's report. Those two.
That's so many. All right, there's been a motion to add the president's report as well as a unit report for the Office of Attorney General under like, executive reports
And unit's report.
and unit reports. Okay, do we have a second?
For President's.
No one wants a second motion, Brian? Crisandi? Seconded by Senator Crisandi, we're now in discussion. Senator Lancaroni?
Call the question.
Question has been called. Do we have any objections?
Consent.
Seeing none, those are now being added onto the agenda. Can you please send that to Holly?
Yes, I can.
Hey, Holly, we're gonna send you over a presentation. If you can just put that up on the Zoom.
Yes, absolutely. Give me like a minute.
Access to your report.
Yeah, so it's
All right, where my food bank people at? You don't have anything in the video?
We do have some.
It's really,
Yeah, I mean, well, we can't make any motions to that. Well, we'd have to pull money out of it.
No, we could do it from designated now.
Right, it's better to do it, when I talked to Michael, he said it's better to do it as a resolution, and it's better to do it like for a specific reason, like write out in the resolution why you're taking money from reserves, because with normal
Wait, we
businesses.
can't do it from designated, I'm confused.
So,
Unallocated and.
we can totally take it from undesignated, like, I'm not saying we can't do that, but like. Typically, our association is different in that our reserves are almost equal to our base budget, which is insane, but like for most organizations, you're not really supposed to touch your reserves, because they don't accumulate rollover.
Yeah.
Like we do, so like that's why Michael, our finance person, always recommends.
You have, but I
That-
don't know.
Yeah, so that's why Michael always recommends, he's like, you write it out in the resolution, you write it, like there's a specific reason to take money out of reserves.
I mean, then just-
money in unallocated. Right. That's the money right now.
We're putting it,
Took the money from Hodge.
it's in
been there
unallocated,
Forever.
but
We spent
so-
money on it.
so now the money that we be pulling from is from undesignated, not unallocated, unless we pull it from reserves.
I mean, there was a conflict, there was a conflict. Honestly, tell them this.
First,
No,
So
I'm kind of.
$27K, but.
I would invite our representatives from the food bank to approach the podium. Hey, y'all. Curious. All right, hey.
What is it?
No, I think we should start off first. Okay, Senator Siddiqui?
So. There was an emergency email vote scheduled after winter quarter to give tens of thousands of dollars to an executive, which was done in an impromptu manner, and so we don't have the money in Senate unallocated. To grant your full request, so we'd have to pull money out of reserves and do it next week. But you can still come and present and say everything you have to say today, and we can preliminarily make a decision on how much.
I mean, you just write a resolution for next week.
Sure.
No? Senator Iden?
Also, like do the fucking presentation, sorry, excuse my language, and like, it'll definitely be taken in consideration in the budget deliberations, like, don't trip.
Yeah, this is just us telling you the logistics of where the money has gone and where the money will be pulled from. That's basically, okay,
Oh, cool.
yeah, but you can still go ahead.
Well, thanks for having us back. This will be the third time you guys are hearing about this. No, but just some introductions because you got a new face. I am Gabby. I'm the operations coordinator for Food Bank. And then my name is Jasmine. I'm the special programs coordinator at Food Bank.
I'm Sweetie, I'm the admin coordinator.
So I guess we'll get into it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, yeah, thank you. Just a quick overview of what we're gonna talk about. So, yeah, an overview of what snack stations are, which is what we're gonna focus our presentation on. Some testimonials, a cost breakdown, and then finally. Go past this.
Next slide.
Oh, they're on Zoom.
Yeah.
Okay, so sorry.
Yeah, we do not control the Zoom, y'all.
So, our snack station program, I'm not sure if you have all seen it around campus, but this was initially funded by the, FSBN, the Food Security and Basic Needs Task Force. And that's where we've been getting the funding from. And it started as a really small project. Now it's, I think it's 17 snacks, right? 17 different locations on campus. And that's in the old proposal. You can see the map. Some of them are off campus too, but all centered. And we are trying to target high impact areas where students like to frequent, just to offer them free snacks. You don't have to qualify for anything. You have to be a student.
I'm sorry, can you all speak a little bit louder? They can't hear you on Zoom.
Oh yeah, of course. How is this?
That is perfect.
Okay, perfect. And this program, I guess, is not fully absorbed by the food bank yet, but we do maintain and we provide staff that helps to maintain the snack stations. So we're not currently paying for these stations. But I be on the next slide. Yes.
Next slide. Thank you.
Funding is going to be cut off for the next fiscal year, which I guess our funding ends this week, due to financial restructuring. And so either the food bank has to absorb the cost, which you'll see later is like about $25,000 per year. Or we're just gonna have to dissolve this program because we don't have the funding to continue with purchasing these snacks and also providing staffing. So we're asking for the $50,300 from Codge's dissolved budget, which would help sustain this program for 2 years while we find a more long-term solution. And
yeah, here's just some data that we pulled from people who visited the snack stations, but there is a sign-in form and we do track the people that are grabbing items from there. So you can see it starting from 2022 where we have 921, and then the most recent one in 2024 to now, not including this quarter, from winter quarter, there was over 665 people who visited. And then just some testimonials from when people signed in and to give us feedback. You can see how helpful these snack stations are to people. A lot of people don't have access to food on the go when they're on campus, and it helps them feel energized. It keeps them motivated in school. It helps them stay focused in class. And they're also like healthy, nutritious snacks. It's not like we're putting just a bunch of junk in these snack stations. So you can tell how helpful it is to the student population when they're on the go and they're on campus all day. It keeps them nourished.
We can move on to the next slide. Yeah, so this was our grant funding that we received from Basic Needs. So our 22 to 23 budget, it's 22,000. Then it decreased to 19K, and then it's almost 21K for this fiscal year. However, due to their own like financial procedures, we're gonna have to stop spending money by April 15th, which is very soon. Yeah, and so after the state, we'll have to spend money out of our own budget, which is already allocated to other things, so we're gonna have to decrease either the amount of snacks that we can provide for this program or, the diversity of things that we can get for our own country. And yeah, the budget for each year includes summer until mid-April. And then we can move on to the next.
We know words have to be backed up by pictures and actions, so we actually took some pictures of the snack stations when they are filled. So if you go to the next slide, you can see the day that we filled up the snack stations. We hit all 16 on the same day, in 2 different groups, so you can see like granola bars, Chex Mix, just a bunch of random things. The next picture is the next day when the snack stations are hit in popular areas like El Centro, EOP office, the health center, and they're wiped. And we don't have an opportunity to refill these snack stations until that Friday. So that's 3 days where students don't have access to these snacks through the snack stations, and who knows where they might be getting this food from if the food bank doesn't supply it through these stations.
Great, yeah, so this is basically an order breakdown of how much we spend. We order from Cisco, which is like a wholesale supplier, and Costco. And since we have to use the budget very efficiently, we order bi-weekly in order to stretch out the budget and have enough snacks. So Cisco we spend about 1,200 and then Costco about 700, so totaling about 1,900 bi-weekly. And then the next slide.
Yeah, so this just outlines the labor that we are providing from the food bank specifically for these snack stations. We'll have to have people receiving deliveries from Cisco, as shown in green. We need students to go physically to Costco to pick up these snacks, and we don't currently have a flex card, which means that we also have to grab someone from Basic Needs to go with us. And then we do our refills on Tuesday and Friday, and these are 2 separate shifts with 2 student assistants. So we're paying 8 people a week.
Yeah, and you'll see more about that in the next slide. Yeah, so I basically broke down our labor for every 2 weeks. So ordering, 1 person orders takes about 1 hour per vendor, so that's 2 vendors, and then assuming it's me ordering, minimum wage, so that'll be 35 bi-weekly. And then pickup and organization, Friday Costco pickup shift is 2 hours. We need 2 people because we do have a lot of things to put in, unload and load. And then the snack station refill, as Gabby mentioned, it's 4 people per snack station shift, 2 days a week, so that's 231 total, 563 for every 2. And then I broke it down a little bit clearer. To summarize, so that's how much we spend bi-weekly, and then assuming we spent that much, spend that much bi-weekly for an entire year, it would go up to $37,700. And clearly, we obviously don't get that much money, so you can see where we have to like make some adjustments in terms of labor, whether that be like cutting hours short and making our staff like work even faster, which is definitely not fair of them, or if it's cutting down the diversity of snacks or how much we can order. Yeah, not fair.
And in our last meeting, we heard your concerns. They were very valid. We didn't anticipate responses, so we just wanted to touch on those. We acknowledge that we have rollovers aside and that the money, we originally proposed this money for, let me restart actually. Let me restart. Last meeting that we attended, we got our lock-in fee increased, and we were asked if we could allocate that money towards the snack stations. But we do have renovations that are planned, and we have money allocated for that, which would come with refrigeration, would come with higher operational costs. We also plan to reopen on Tuesdays, which
means that we need more money for staffing, more inventory. We would like to increase the volume of food that we're able to provide and the diversity so that students can have a tangible answer for where their money is going. And this program is also functioning as a grant. So we wanna.
Yeah,
I'm trying to find words, sorry.
You got it.
Yeah. Just on the last
I'm sorry, we're
slide.
still
Yeah,
on the
sorry.
previous slide. Thank you. Yeah, so basically, this is a promise to use the funds that we received from the college, like, the solution, for this program specifically. And also the Arbor is the only place on campus that accepts MBT, but MBT obviously isn't accessible to everyone, and it's also a very long and tedious process. I'm sure many of y'all, including myself, can attest to that. And these snack stations, as Jasmine and Gabby have both said, free to everyone. They're all across campus, so it aims to like target high trafficked areas as well as underrepresented students. But that's not to say that if you don't identify with like a certain identity, like, and everyone is, yes, these snacks are for everyone.
You don't have to qualify.
Yeah.
And then just a little side note, we are running low as it is on money for the food bank, so we don't really have any of these snacks currently available in the pantry. So it's just. We'll measure.
And then I could talk about this. Under our special programs, this is just one of the many programs that we have taken over, absorbed, or initiated ourselves. So this is our student dependent program. The vending machines are located in the MCC and Central, which also get refilled when we restock the snack stations. Our kosher halal inventory pickups that we do weekly as well. And then also the meal voucher program, which we adopted, in which the freshmen are donating their meal swipes and we redistribute them to students that need them.
Lots of stuff going on.
Okay, yeah, all right, period. Does anyone have an iPhone charger?
I mean, lightning.
Lightning. Y'all need to stop updating your phone. I'm sorry, floor is now open for comments, questions, and so.
With all of my heart, I'm so sorry that you're giving this the third time in a third quarter. I can't believe you stayed up, put up till 3 AM to get this proposal last time. It really shows how much you guys care about food insecurity, and I really appreciate all the work you've done. This is same for the Senate. I want to see this money get passed next week. I think this is an immediate concern, and I can't believe you delayed it this long, and I think it needs to happen. Thank you guys so much.
Ceremonies?
Yeah, I just really appreciate what this like PCE does. You guys like do a lot for the campus. And like, I feel like the majority of the student like body, I feel like over like 99% of the people probably in the student body really appreciate all the snacks on campus, like in the SRBs and her hall. So, there's just like so much snack stations, and I feel like it just like definitely uplifts.
No, I think it's a set of Holly.
It's like.
Senator Ganesh? I'm sorry, can we just pause for a second? I don't know why it yelled at us. Huh? Okay, because there's switching shifts.
Sorry.
Yeah. Don't come out in my papers. Yeah, pause, because I don't want people to miss things.
I think that is. Hold on.
Pause is a bad word.
Clearly.
Oh, right. I'm a little bit slow. It's okay. You know what? It's been the longest week 2 of my life. Okay, we should.
Okay, I would like to thank you guys for your relentless work on this, and thank you so much for having me with us. I would just like to remind the Senate, the last time they presented, there was an argument of this would just be a, you said drop in a bucket. Really, it's not, it's a lot of drops and a lot of budgets. There was a request for more data and they gave us comprehensive labor, cost, time breakdown. There's data on how many students use the program, how frequently they use the program. They've done, and also there's a reason why they kept coming because mid-April, the funding runs out. And I think hopefully we can help them right in the nick of time. Because clearly this is something that the student body needs, appreciates, likes, and there's something that food bank is diligently working. There's no better use of our money. I would just like to say, and I'm really, really thankful for you guys, and you guys are doing a good job. Thank you so much.
Senator Ronnie?
I just wanted to really thank you guys for coming in so consistently, coming in like multiple times. I'm really glad that you guys are passionate about helping our students. As someone who was on the college board last year, I can't think of a better way to use that money. I really appreciate the work you guys do, and I'm just really happy you guys are working hard and you guys are here.
Senator Reddick?
Would you guys, would you mind just copying that presentation and sending it under the agenda email that was sent out, just so we can look at the figures that you guys had about like the labor and the requirement costs, because then we can kind of like timeline how much we can extend it by until the deliberations. That'd be great.
We'll figure out how to do that right now.
I can do that right
Oh. Do you have editing access to the agenda?
now. No, I didn't send it to the email team. I think that's what,
That-
I don't want to.
No, it's.
Either way, I don't care.
I think we should put on the agenda, just put on the agenda. Yeah, we can do both. So Stevie?
Really quickly, don't want to reiterate what everyone else said. Thank you guys so much for redoing this. I know it's not easy to redo something we already did. I think it's perfect now. I'd like to see this get passed next week. And one last comment, I was the one who originally brought this project and this bill forward. So thank you so much for the liaison committee taking this over for me because I did not do a great job of like communicating. So really sorry about that. But I really think this is like the definition of what we should be doing. We took an empty government unit that was collecting student fees and transformed it into a tangible service-based operation that is directly addressing students' basic needs. This is like, if I could give an example project to 76 Senate, like what should you do? It would be this. So yeah, I just wanted to say that. Thank you guys for your hard work on this. This is incredible.
Citizen?
Just in terms of logistics right now, this is not gonna get decided right now, and I'm sorry that we can't get an answer right now, really mad. But I'll email y'all next week, and I'm gonna make sure we talk about this next week, and I have an answer for you. You're gonna, I'm not gonna make false promises, but something's gonna happen. You guys are staying with us.
Right, Senator?
Senator Chair, since we are already past 9, I move into a 15-minute recess until 9:21 p.m.
All right, there's been a motion made to enter recess until for the next 15 minutes and coming back at 9:21. Do we have a second, Senator Ronnie? Seconded by Senator Ronnie. We are now discussion ceremonies. Questions we call to everybody?
Examine.
All right, seeing none, we are now entering recess. Thank you guys so much for coming.
Samantha, yes, please, Debbie, sure, go ahead.
Yeah.
He was like on the ground like the entire thing, so. Okay, let's begin. So as for UCIB, Samantha, would you like to speak on like your perspective when it came to on the ground actions?
Yes, so we got there around, I would say like 8 AM is when we started setup. And we started to clean up around, I would say like 4:35, and that was because we ran out of water cups. Had we had more water cups, I'm gonna be honest, we probably could have still been handing out water until like easy 6:30 PM. All our things were packed away and people were still coming up to us asking us for water. We handed out a lot of throwbacks throughout the day and Owen gave you the stats earlier. I don't know if you want to repeat some of them.
Yeah, so the tent itself, 10,000 visitors. We gave out, of course, like all of our waters. We gave out like over 7,000 like water cups. We also gave out $3,000 for snacks, 3,000 liquid units of liquid IV, 1,200 units of Narcan, and over 600 units of fentanyl test strips. So highly successful in that regard. I will say that we faced an issue I want to highlight that I also highlighted to UC SB administration today was that Samira and Fernando Fernando's our UCIB advisor, by the way, for clarification, faced an issue when they went to leave that the law enforcement wouldn't let them through the road closures. So despite the fact that we came in like with the UCSB truck and like we're trying to pack our supplies and go back to Cardall to unload everything, they said they wouldn't let us through because of like no vehicle traffic be allowed through. Yeah.
Yes, so UCIB shifts actually ended at 6 PM because we expected to be able to clean up by like 5:30 because we thought the timeline was more tied to the noise ordinance and we didn't know, they didn't tell us that the roadblocks were on a different schedule. So that meant all representatives left at 6 PM and that left only Nando and I to load the entire truck with all of our supplies, which if you saw our tent, you know, was a lot of things. So we were the only two left to load up the entire truck, which was very unfortunate. So we ended up actually just waiting with our supplies for an hour and then loading the truck. And I got home by like 8:17 PM, I think was when I was home. So it was a 12-hour day.
Yeah, so very intense shift overall. It was unfortunate that I was just not informed, like that they did not inform us like regarding that occurring at all. Getting through was fine, but just coming out just obviously just not the best at all.
Which they did try pushing to 7:30. Had it not been like the UCSB truck, they were not.
So other than that too, for Deltopia, I guess I'll update my office's efforts as well. We gave out hundreds of care kits prior to Deltopia too. We gave out from the Port Hall Center, fentanyl test strips, Narcan, snacks, like cookies, such as like cookie, also liquid IV, and gave them out to anyone who approached the center. And we continued to give out test strips and Narcan to anyone who approached the center even after we had run out of kits. So anyone who came to the center to collect those kits was in fact without anything that would provide them with the preparation they needed for Deltopia. We also donated, UCIB donated to support drink testing kits efforts from the CSD. So a lot of those kits the CSD had were actually provided through our donations, in which they provided free breakfast and also the Narcan and drink testing kits. Also, I'd like to highlight the fact that when the CSD sent their representative to deliver us like the Narcan, the leftover Narcan, that law enforcement also stopped them from entering through the road closure as well. They said it was because it was a bike. So we had to like basically choose like a meetup spot, like for our representatives to come with. And keep in mind that we don't want our representatives to leave this tent station. It's important that they're there, especially for that event.
We actually got really lucky that there was like 3, I think it was like administrative members that came up to us as volunteers. So as soon as I saw them, I was like, okay, perfect. I was like, you guys can help go get the Narcan, because there was about 5 to 6 of us at the tent at any given time. So being able to send like 3 people would mean that I would be sending half of the people who staffed the tent to go pick up Narcan because they weren't allowed to pass through.
So I just really hope these issues can be ironed out. I actually did meet with a lot of members of like university staff as well as like the chief of UCPD and other just like local stakeholders and just really, I also attended the CSD meeting yesterday and just emphasized that I want a written agreement for the future because UCIB was so successful. I do want to make an agreement with the county. So something I'd like to ask and we'd like to ask of you guys as well, is a means, I'm gonna collectively, I'm gonna collect all the data and make a report to send out to the county. Basically saying, thank you for letting us like use this county park because of the fact that this is the impact we were able to have. We'd love this to continue year by year. And I would like to ask for all of your guys' support on that. If you could just like reach out as well and emphasize these efforts to the county. And emphasize from a student perspective why this is so important, especially since it was the only water station within 3 blocks. Keep in mind that if you could not get water at the UCIB tent, you'd have to go all the way to Little Acorn as the nearest water source. And a lot of these, especially those coming outside of UCSB, do not know what Little Acorn Park is, and it's very hard to explain to them exactly based on landmarks if they're not familiar with the area. Granted, I do support, of course, the Keep It Local campaign, but it's important to support people and not leave them completely unhelped just because they're from other areas. And I don't support the approach of not having any safety stations within 3 blocks of the event. And I think it's still already difficult enough that UCIB is the only safety station on the Delphi that people can find.
Oh, this is an extra note. I did notice that there was a lot of people that kind of used the tent as a way to find their friends because it was a very clear pinpoint on TV. Especially for people who are not from the area, they're like, oh yeah, there's a white tent here. And that was a very easy way for them to find their friends, which I also found to be very helpful for people who lost their phones or who were borrowing phones to call their friends and let them know where they were. So that was really cool to see. I was actually really happy to see that a lot of people found each other again on TV. Especially on a busy day like Deltopia.
And a lot of people were using the tent as a safe space because they knew since it was a non-police affiliated tent that they could sit there and rest with less worry. I think the issue we see with the restorative justice suspension argument and also arguments that leak into the attempted removal from the UCIB tent station is that it's always a similar vein of enforcement over harm reduction and also just the fact that they do not understand the issues involving people do not want to ask for help, in terms of calling 911 because they are afraid of getting a citation, a permanent mark on their record. And I will mention, according to data regarding Deltopia, there was a 52% of increase in citations from last year. Last year, we had around 250 citations. This year, we had 458 citations. So that was a 52% increase in citations. And a lot of these were just thrown at the district attorney's office. The issue with the district attorney's office, if you guys don't know for clarification, the district attorney's office does have their own restorative justice program that's separate from Foot Patrol's program. So they just if people have complaints, they refer them to the district attorney's office. I will mention this is a significantly more arduous program. You have to go to court, you have to apply to their program and also attend more classes. And they do have more things to do. It's a lot more extensive than the Foot Patrol program. And also it is volunteer based. So it's not employees are on payroll to run this program and it's completely volunteer based. And they are now receiving 458 new citations to deal with from this weekend period. I will say that, however, that the district attorney has talked to the university and said that they are going to be easy on citations that come from Deltopia as long as they are nonviolent. Yeah, so there a significant amount of citations just came from things such as littering. Most citations, the majority of arrests actually, 80 arrests this year, by the way. 80 arrests this year, and the majority were public intoxication, and it was protected custody. So they arrested people and put them into protected custody. They said it was because they couldn't help themselves or others, so they arrested them. And so that is a lot of the uptake in arrests that we saw. And we did see also police at the IVCSD Recovery Center, basically just sitting by the center and giving people citations or arresting them before they reach the center, which is what the CSD director complained to me about, is that she did notice that police were just sitting by the center. And that's something she expressed she does not want to continue. Fortunately, as for law enforcement stationing near the tent, that wasn't the case, which was good to see. I will say too, I'm in contact with the chief public defender of Goleta, the Goleta area, and she is very upset by, her name is Tracy. She is very upset by the restorative justice suspension, and I have her number. So if any of you guys know someone who received a citation or an arrest, please reach out to me, and when other people know they can reach out to me, because I have her number and she has agreed to directly speak to any student affected by this. And I'm also planning a workshop with her in which she will speak like more on like how she can help you like through the district attorney's restorative justice program. So that's, at least that is good news to come out of that the public defender is like more involved this year. I will say as well is that my office is planning to host a Know Your Rights workshop for immigrant students, and we're gonna move forward with that, talking to like local immigrant defense agencies in Santa Barbara and having them host a workshop, and also working with the public defender on that as well. The screenathon unfortunately was postponed last week. We're having another one though, April 17th. So no worries, it'll still be just next week. Also, I'd like to announce that we're having a sexual assault SESA town hall. That's April 23rd. That will have catering, so free sandwiches, please come. May 14th, very nice event. If you guys are at the winter welcome, you may remember it. It's the meal ticket distribution event plus band show plus vendors. That'll be May 14th. It'll have like similar activities like tie-dye shirts and like rock paintings. You can make a pet rock if you like to. And also free meal tickets from like a variety of more vendors this time, like Sam's To Go, Maria's Tacos. We're just planning to involve way more part all local restaurants. So it'll be like a collection of vendors you can get from and free stuff. So I highly recommend you come. Sorry, going back to this other note, there is a new sheriff. Lieutenant Tesla did resign from his position. He did not fill out his full term, so he did resign from his position prior to Deltopia. Actually, his position ended effective March 31st. So there's now a new sheriff. His name is Joe Schmidt. He went to UCSB. He was a gaucho. However, I will say that although despite his supposed relatability, that it is said that Tesla said that he was his ideal successor for the position.
Right.
So I would take that with a grain of salt. But regardless of anything, he is a new sheriff and someone to start like and to see if he does things like even slightly differently and seeing how we can foster I guess a relationship where we don't have to have UCID like have this like combativeness, and we can actually provide harm reduction regardless of like that kind of intervention. But yeah, that's just important to note as well, is that there is a new sheriff and he will be serving out the rest of Tesla's term, and then I think up for re-election at the end of 2026, like June 2026. Then yeah, so those are all like the major beats and updates of my office. So we'll just be serving out the rest of spring. Term's almost over at this point, but planning to just host all these events to support you guys. Thank you all for your support as well. I think my main missions, of course, will just be supporting UCIB in any way I can before I leave my term, and also just uplifting the Parnell Center. Those were just kind of my two main like points like from the beginning of the year. But yeah, sincerely thank you guys for your support with the Penn Station. I don't think it can be like overstated how many people were assisted by the tent. Even if one person is assisted by that 10 station, I believe it is successful. And just to see so many people affected in such a positive way can only be a result of your guys' collective efforts, of us negotiating with the county. And I'm planning to hopefully get something written down so we can have that part next year and not have it taken under us again. So thank you all. And that's the end of my updates. Any questions?
Yeah, Claire Mice?
Thank you so much for the work that you guys do. Every year and stuff like that. It's like crazy because so much people are at Deltopia, so many people on campus and even off campus. I just did the calculations about how much people receive citations, and that's about 2% of the undergraduate population. But I think I want to refine my statement, because now that I think of it, there's so much people off campus too, that I would probably say almost maybe like 50% of the people out there are probably not even from SB. So, but excellent job, and excited for what you guys do.
Thank you. I'd also like to add that as for demographic info, if any of you guys are like interested in that, unfortunately, the sheriff department says they don't want to legally provide that info. As well, they also refuse to provide info regarding like police increase. And I know all of you probably likely noticed a significant increase in enforcement. However, they won't give us exact numbers of how many police officers were actually at the event. Thank you.
So. That's because I didn't show her name. Sarah Cressetti?
So if the previous sheriff resigned before Deltopia, does that mean that this current sheriff was in office during Deltopia?
Yes, however, Lieutenant Tesla did help actually still run the event in a way. He was still present and he was still incident command and he was still at the triage. So he basically still did run Deltopia, even
So
if
we
he
can't
wasn't the
assume-
effective
yeah.
sheriff.
So basically it was all. Tesla.
So it still was all his
Okay.
plan in motion.
Senator Henderson?
Yeah, thanks for leading the charge on this, keeping students safe and for your tent and getting up your Deltopia and, yeah, it's great work overall. But I do have a question about where Tesla is now. I think he resigned, but he was promoted, right? So now he's the boss of the current sheriff, is that right?
He's not the boss of the current sheriff. He was sent, he's now kind of in the office that governs Santa Maria, Santa Barbara.
Countywide?
So he's more countywide now, rather than focus on ID. The new sheriff actually requested ID as his new spot.
Oh, congrats to him.
Oh, no.
It is a good thing he didn't serve out the rest of his term.
This is just a random thing I wanted to add, sorry, I forgot to mention this earlier, but next year, we're hoping that UCIB will have extra tents. Kind of because we did have a rest area kind of behind the tents, but we want to make sure that people have shade, because we did notice that the sun was really strong. Which if you are feeling particularly inebriated, does not. Yeah, so I'm hoping that we'll have extra tents to be able to provide shade for people who are just needing a moment to sit and just drink water. We did have people throwing up and stuff like that, and let's be honest, you don't want to do that in the sun. So, yeah.
All right, Sarah Ganesh?
Yeah, I probably not anything new. I'm just really thankful for all of your work. It's crazy how much the city relied on. It's affecting us. You think it's a little of it. But I'm just so thankful for you guys. I stayed away from the tent because I thought police would be there. And well, yeah, they were not that far away. I just hope that either of your successors are just as good as you guys are, and we're absolutely gonna get better than you guys.
Thank you.
Senator?
Senator Chair, I'm sure the whole Senate shares the appreciation for your great work, but we do have around 7 agenda items to go through, and we'll only have 1 more hour, so we can just run up a year.
Appreciate you.
You want me, do you have any additional questions though, or just ideas you have for the rest of the quarter?
If our executive committee would like to come up with some type of letter to send out as a collective, that'd be really nice. To the county. Yeah. All right, we're going to airports. Yay! I invite the office of the the Attorney General to the podium. Where's bro? Okay. You know what? New York things. I recently had a friend from New York come up to visit me. I haven't seen him in 8 years ago. That's not great. I'm feeling real old. All right, y'all have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Hello, Senators. It's good to see you all. I'm Noah Diego,
I'm Vanessa.
and we're gonna discuss an issue that has gone unnoticed in the association. Some of you have recently become aware of this. And it has to do with the USSA lock-in fee. So I'm gonna let Vanessa start by giving some context to this issue.
Yeah, so the USSA, or United States Student Association, is a national student advocacy association, and UCSB decided to join this association as a participating member and created a lock-in fee in 2016 to fund membership efforts. So unfortunately, at the time UCSB joined USSA, they were already facing a lot of membership decline and toxic internal fighting. So that led to a failure to elect leadership in 2017, which ultimately led to its collapse. And then since 2017, USSA has ceased to operate as an organization until recently. I'll get into that later. Despite USSA being defunct since 2017, it has been up for reaffirmation with the ballot language stating that the fee is to quote, support the continued funding of UCSB's membership in USSA, end quote. At no point during the time that USSA was nationally defunct, was an announcement, notification, or procedure created to rectify the situation. And additionally, I think how the fee was managed was it was not really transparent. So for a little bit more context, the legal code states that USSA fee is jointly managed by the EVPSA and FMB, with both offices collaborating annually to evaluate the funds used and reaffirm their shared funding process through a memorandum of understanding. This agreement is supposed to help ensure transparency and accountability. However, backroom deals about who got to oversee the money turned into MOUs signed by 3 parties, depriving students of informed consent in the decision-making process. However well spent these fees were, the students authorized the fee were being defrauded since the organization didn't exist. And then, well, I talked about how USSA recently started up. During our research, we found that they actually recently started up like this spring, they hosted a conference. And so it kind of messed up our plans a little bit. Yeah, so this is the first time we're seeing some resemblance of a organization at a national level. The history of this fee brings up a lot of concern. So just the fact that the students have been authorizing this fee with the knowledge, with the understanding that it's for continued membership in USSA when USSA that didn't exist, and just how it has handled this when, you know, we shouldn't be funding an organization that didn't exist or is defunct. So now with the organization starting up again this spring, especially maybe there's some, you know, new mission statements or a new purpose of the organization. I think there is a need for reaffirmation now to give students more transparency of what's going, like the history behind this whole fee and just the new USSA. And if students actually agree with what they're doing now, we need to give students all the tools to make informed decisions to rebuild that trust that might have been destroyed due to this whole situation. To let students, just be aware of everything that has happened with this fee and let them actually decide for now.
Yeah, so to reiterate some of those points, for 6 years, this organization was defunct. And every 2 years, students voted on a lock-in fee on the ballot reaffirmations for membership, for continued membership in that organization. The EVPSA collects the fee as a result of an MOU, and that's in conjunction with FMB. And so that's all fine, that's all accounted for. However, the issue that we found was that there's no organization and students are paying a fee for an organization. And we saw that, we believe that might be fraud. However, the organization's been restarted, as Vanessa said. And so in discussion with the EVPSA, we have learned that they are in the process of trying to rejoin or, you know, make us members once again in USSA. Unfortunately, there are still concerns that we need to address as a result of this. Most importantly, or most pressingly, we are here to request, I've sent a resolution to Senators Lala and Senators Iden that would need to be passed tonight, which would bring the USSA reaffirmation fee ballot language onto the ballot for this year. We have drafted a statement giving historical context to the fee, sort of describing what Vanessa just talked about. That would go in the con section. And as we've been working with the EVPSA on this, because they are aware of what was going on and they agree that it is an issue that should be rectified, they have drafted a pro statement to be attached to this reaffirmation. So for now, it's imperative that the student body is able to vote on the reaffirmation of USSA this year, so as to clear the air so that it cannot be challenged on the basis of, that it's defrauding students. And once students have this information, or at least all the information we can give them, they can make an informed decision. And that is our responsibility and our hope, by asking for this resolution to be passed tonight. However, there's still a need to ensure that things like this never happen again. And so we are currently working towards, the Attorney General's office is working towards a standing policy or bylaw that could address what happens when an organization goes defunct or when a fee can no longer be used for its stated purpose. Furthermore, we are considering asking judicial counsel to render an opinion on the case itself, or at least having the authority to, as stated in the standing policy we're proposing, or we may propose, to be able to review or to render opinions on lock and fee statuses when situations like this may arise. So again, we're requesting that tonight, you guys, please consider passing the resolution, putting this reaffirmation back on the ballot, and that 2 and 3, our office is working towards a standing policy or bylaw, and potentially working with JC to ensure that a situation like this does not arise in the future. And Vanessa and I are happy to take any of your questions right now.
All right. Floor's open. Sarah Eden?
Would you mind speaking into like what you came across when looking into potentially dissolving the fee entirely and the Senate's authority to do so?
Yeah, so we have Vanessa and I and the Solicitor General, Sandy Greaves, have been working for a couple months, and we have a report. We have a huge pile of research into the legality of fees, where they derive their authority from, how they're imposed, and this is has to do with regulations that come from AS Legal Code, that go up to campus regulations, all the way up to the UC Regents and the PACAOS policies. And sorry, I don't know if I answered your question, but could you repeat it if there's?
Sure. So like in my mind, like because this fee has been talked about for a couple months now, and like in my mind, the whole USSA restarting is like a very new thing, and it's like still like very, no one really knows. But like in my mind, it's like we're defrauding students for the fund to be essentially used as the EVPSA's piggy bank. And no one really understands that. Like, does the Senate have the authority to cancel the fee entirely? Because in my mind, the correct solution here is cancel the fee or raise the voter threshold for it to be a new fee, because this fee shouldn't exist in the first place. Like it needs to be voted in again if the association is restarting. And also even then, we don't know the membership fee. Like we don't know what it's going to cost yet. So like my question is, does the Senate have the authority to cancel a fee such as this?
Yeah, we talked with campus council about this. This was before we actually knew about the fact that USSA was restarting. We were trying to kind of cancel it just because it didn't exist. But since it restarted, campus council told us that it would we can't just get rid of it because it is fulfilling the mission now. Because VPS, like their office, has been trying to connect with USSA and reinstate that connection.
Yeah, so while we may agree with you on that point, campus council has looked into the issue, provided the information that we had given them, and they did not see any glaring issues. And now, because we're rejoining, because the EVPSA is in the process of rejoining UCSB as members in the organization, the issue at hand is no longer exists.
Sarah Cassady?
But, okay, if the student body votes no on the fee, then it just
It goes
away.
Yeah, that's the purpose of
The ballot.
but exactly.
Exactly, okay.
All right, Senator Connie?
So I don't think you guys were like actually looking at this, because like every single election since I've been here, that USSA reaffirmation has been on the ballot, and like no matter who I've talked to, I've had like no clue what it does or where it goes. And like, especially like with the Senate, we've been trying to like reallocate a lot of funds for like things to make a bit more sense.
My question is though, like, how does it keep ending up on the ballot if like no one's sharing it?
Because the thing is, technically on the ballots, it say it's for continued membership, for USSA, but in the legal code, it actually stands for USSA and, advocacy, for supporting advocacy. So they've kind of been using it, for advocacy, which is kind of still fulfilling the mission, but on the ballot, I could solve that for a continued member, if you want to
Yeah,
membership, for you.
And, yeah, and I want to add that the E EVPSA in legal code is designated as our representative as chair in USSA or something along those lines. So legal code specifically delineates that the E EVPSA will be UCSB's chair in USSA. Yeah, and so that's why it goes there.
Thank you.
Sorry, Ganesh?
When in your consultation with campus council, do they have any recommendations for, not necessarily monitoring, but some kind of retroactive regulations for basically defrauding students?
We just got
Yeah.
we had been in contact with them in winter. And they had promised to get back to us and they didn't, and they didn't, and they didn't. For various reasons, we believe, but they literally emailed us at 1:23 PM today. And said, notwithstanding, I'm just gonna quote this, notwithstanding the foregoing, given the concerns that your group has.
Yes, hold on.
Oh, yeah, actually, I cannot. Sorry. But I can paraphrase what I do know, and that is that, yeah, it has to do, they believe that the student advocacy efforts that Vanessa had mentioned were sufficient.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, thank you for coming and giving your report. I would like to continue as you still have to get through old business.
May I say, or may I add, Chair, sorry, that we are only going to have to part of this report for today, so the Attorney General himself is going to complete.
Okay, can you do a TLDR, please? I know you're a big yapper.
I don't appreciate that.
Hey, that's a compliment. That's a compliment. Listen, yapper to yapper is respect.
Do you mind if I cover part of the president's report as well?
Sure.
In the same go? So, as mentioned on the email thread for the Senate today, I have been asked to present on the following. There's a couple of things here. The first and foremost, we'll go in order, is the veto made on March 7th, 2025. The president asked me to come on their behalf and explain the reasons for the veto. In large context, we simply do not have. We have lived through 3 different cycles of presidents wanting to appoint chairs, right? Just like in my tenure of AS. And in Tessa Vexler's term, we had kind of like a weird like seizure of like who can be appointed week 1, 2, and 3 of fall quarter. This resulted in like a association-wide like stop. Everything paused. And it was kind of like a bubble that exploded on us week 1 of fall quarter because we didn't have people appoint chairs or someone called out President Vexler on like their ability to appoint chairs. And they caused this whole, it caused a whole slew of kind of like drama, and ultimately took about 6 weeks for President Vexler to appoint chairs to all of the BCUs into fall quarter. And what ended up happening was this kind of, it wasn't exactly like an agreement, and because it wasn't an agreement by any means, this was where we all kind of were being educated in real time that since there are no criteria for chairs to be denied or even like appointed beyond having like a statement of intent as requested by most presidents, the Senate authority to deny an appointment is very limited. You can cite reasons and you can make them up on the fly, but they have to be on the record. Does that make sense? Because in the Senate agenda, in the Senate minutes, you are creating the record, you're creating the precedent, you're creating whatever policy or rule or whatever you want to call it while you're making that decision. If you don't do that, the decision is rendered invalid, like it's just useless. If you don't have a good reason, you can't back it up, then the decision hasn't actually been made yet. Right, that's really how it falls at the end of the day, because the authority of nomination rests with a specific individual. And you can't just say no for the sake of saying no. There has to be reasons appended to those statements, and in that kind of process, the president thought best to veto it. Seeing as there were none, no reasons given during minutes or agendized, beyond things that we can only speculate. So those were the main issues, especially since it simply was not made public. The fact it's not on an association-wide agenda, there's no trace of this decision and the reason why. So that's why the president made the veto. Are there any questions before I move into the next section? We started today analyzing the preliminary budget. Finance committee has finished up some of their decision making. The budget has now been given to the president to come up with a preliminary budget. The president is currently, we're going to be inviting in ECUs and some other stakeholders that we've kind of seen kind of present coming into Senate meetings, as well as people who can kind of spend their budget down. We're going to invite them in to kind of get like a little bit more of like an advanced or updated look at the budget, just because things change from 2 months ago, right? So their funding picture might be a little bit different. I see that Hannah Adams-Claros isn't here. Did they get the chance to speak about a Carl Center, for example? No? To paraphrase, we were given a quote. We expected only to do like $50,000 in maintenance. We were given a quote just for the first half of our, not even the first half, like the first 20% maybe of our total maintenance repairs that we want to do for the space. We budgeted 50. The first quote is around $83,000 to $89,000. And so this is very typical of contractors who want to just like come in, oh, it's a government agency, oh, it's a university, we can just upcharge. Sure, makes sense, understand it, we gotta fight it. So just because of that, we want to get a better financial picture. The president and I in her cabinet will be assisting in formulating that preliminary budget for you guys to have post-election season. There was another thing that I've been instructed to present on. Oh, with that, are there any questions? We also are embarking upon financial preparedness. I don't know if a report drafted by a senator was made public to the entire Senate body already.
We have not done.
Great. I was instructed by the president to submit this on to judicial council and prepare some type of analysis / argumentation to advocate for using, in some context, lock-in fees for staff support. By and large, it makes sense that if we are helping student organizations budget and come together and use Associated Students resources, there should be some form of a buy-in, and that includes helping pay the staff that we all equally rely on, helping pay for the resources that we rely on, the computers that we rely on. It just kind of makes sense. The mechanism or mode that, I don't know, however this thing manifests, we just have to like play it by ear and kind of figure it out one step at a time. So happy to assist in helping formulate any ideas. But I hope everybody had an opportunity to read the report. We will begin preparing our legal arguments for that and go from there. In regards to the unit report for OAG research, so that concludes the president's report. Is that good for everybody? Great. In regards to my unit report, I will send an email now. I think it's drafted. The chancellor had sent out an email on March 18th, creating an advisory committee on anti-Semitism. In addition, on April 8th, he sent out another email creating an advisory committee on Islamophobia and anti-Palestinian bias. With both of these in mind, my office will be creating two separate and anonymous forums to invite student leaders. Feel free to just take the links and run with it. We have it up on our website. They both should be working. And we are just wanting to invite students to just, again, just kind of put some anonymous understanding of like how, how have like UCSB operated? How does Islamophobia and anti-Semitism manifest here at UCSB? Like, can we collate it? Can we have an actual running document in AS? Can we have, again, it's all anonymous. We're not going to be tracking IPs. We're not tracking web browsers. We're only going to be exporting the answers as well as like an acknowledgement that I needed to ask, which is like, I understand that if I am commenting on potentially illegal things, that it might be actually forwarded on, just as an FYI, so you guys can read that. You can find those both on the website. It's the anti-Semitism inquiry as well as our Islamophobia inquiry. And so both should be ready to go. And so if you guys want, feel free to submit and let us know your guys' experiences, what you may have seen or witnessed. And that way we can at least like reasonably have a running record. That is my first half there about the some of the research. My office is now drafting the reports finally for publishing. We'll have that ready in a couple of weeks, most likely post-election season. And to conclude, so do I have any questions about anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, and research about the office? Great. Lastly, 2 years ago, this is going to be a mini story. 2 years ago, Dr. Marquez came up to this podium and said that a student had approached them asking for, how do I phrase this? Dr. Marquez came up to the Senate and asked us, because I sat on the 73rd Senate, and asked if the Senate would be willing to make an exception to amend the ballot to allow for a late candidate to declare their willingness and to run for executive office. The Senate, the identity of that student to this day is still unknown. I still have no idea who that was. Because the agreement that we came to in the 73rd Senate was that Dr. Marquez, as well as Elections Board, would work together to make sure that that student signs a promissory agreement, the same one that everybody who ran for office signed at the very beginning when they declared candidacy, that they would attend like a remedial like training course so that they could understand like, hey, what are the rules? Where am I allowed to place my board? Random number generator, the board placement, same, things that we've all lived through, right? And that candidate, by Senate motion, was allowed to run for office. I have been asked, I believe in Dr. Marquez's absence, to inquire about the, as well as subject to eligibility checks, as all candidates are, to inquire about the possibility of requesting from the Senate a direct exception for an anonymous individual, and I can answer some questions, I can't answer all, to run for executive office in the 2025 spring election. Now, I do have to preface that when we get into discussion on this topic, because this is a direct request that I have of you, I will have to ask that candidates who are running for the office of president recuse themselves from both discussion and debate and vote on the motion, as was expected of the executive office back in 73rd Senate. I can answer questions if need be.
Okay.
Senator Chiang, what's the reason that anonymous candidate has missed declaration deadline? And what's his rationale for asking for exception?
My understanding is still somewhat limited because the request is made in a little bit of a, like, it's not super in-depth. However, they have communicated to me that, like with everything in AS and how we always prioritize, when it comes to both like academics or mental health or what did they write? In preparing or in preparation for large scale event planning, that some things get caught by the wayside, especially when they're managing things in the tens of thousands of dollars. And so when stuff like this happens, it was one of those things where when When you think about Deltopia as an example, that was literally just last week. And so this request was made to my office, again, probably most likely as a recommendation by staff members, simple by referral. I have been told that this student, and as well as with my own office, I have corroborated, we have communicated with elections board. They have kind of deferred to Senate to see kind of like an option, and again, just to see like what is the Senate going to be kind of thinking of. Simultaneously, there may or may not be deliberations tomorrow. I have to check with Ruby at the elections board meeting. But those are the somewhat reasons that have been communicated to me.
Madam Chair, I understand that election board would like to defer this matter to the Senate. However, actually, two questions. First, when is the latest the motion from the Senate or the authorization from the Senate has to be passed in order for that candidate to be appear on the ballot? Second, when is this matter handled directly with Senate, with a lot of us standing against the next year's election and not the independent election board?
Elections board expressed an interest in that if Senate was unwilling to do this, that they could also take on the mantle. I believe when it comes to timeliness, week 2 of spring quarter is supposed to be the deadline by Senate to approve of the final ballot. Supposed to be. I haven't really checked the agenda. Is it agendized today? All of the ballot language?
No.
And if you guys don't even have it, then you guys can't even fix it.
We don't have it.
And so there's simple, like, when we voted on something like this 2 years ago, we simply made a stipulation that the candidate filled out the promissory agreement, had a 2.0 and above GPA, was gonna take 6 units, still be enrolled. Again, I do not really want to comment on identity or anything in specific, but if the Senate is willing to make a motion, I will personally see to it with interim director, Mr. Lieberman, as well as the election board chairs, to make sure that the candidate is just up to date with everybody else in every other process. I've checked with Ruby. There are candidates seeking. How do I put this? Exceptions already from certain rules from elections board. And so this wouldn't be the only candidate already asking for like certain things to be made for them. And so I think there's already about a half dozen, if not more, students that are seeking assistance regarding deadlines.
Yeah, go ahead, Senator.
Madam Chair, so in your capacity as the Attorney General, do you believe that Senate has the authority to pass a motion and refer this matter to the election board? And if so, what could you recommend the motion language for it?
You absolutely have, you absolutely have authority to defer options to other people. We do it all the time, DCUs. The responsibility absolutely can rest with elections board. We did it through Senate 2 years ago, only because elections board had punted it back to us, because after reviewing everything, they were like, oh crap, we don't really want to make the decision. So again, what a motion could sound like is like motion to grant, again, it's unwise to grant a student the ability to like be the sole proprietor of like who can be on a ballot or whatever. So I recommend if Director Lieberman is okay, or some extension of his office, if amenable, to either work together with the Attorney General's office or with other relevant staff members at the table. They can use their judgment or authority or however we see fit to, weigh the facts of the case and let them go on. At the same time, it can still remain anonymous with judicial counsel, but time is running short. In terms of deferral, it's not unprecedented for Senate to handle it by themselves. It's just the executive action, so to speak, of allowing and like making the amendment was given to, in that time period, Dr. Marquez, who would then forward on the name and all the info and handle the eligibility checks to her office, and then instruct Mr. Lieberman to then make the changes to ballot. That was how we did things back in the 73rd. Again, there's a lot of flexibility there.
Okay. Senator Bernstein?
Just one piece of information I think is kind of important here is that April 7th at 8 p.m., 2 days ago, Monday at 8 p.m. was the deadline to become a write-in candidate.
Correct.
So I do have a question, like, was this interaction between you and this person between Monday at 8 p.m. and or after Monday at 8 p.m.?
In terms of wanting to be a write-in candidate, that was not the decision that was expressed. It was wanting to be a choice candidate after. So it was following the deadline. I already spoke to Ruby about that deadline in specific, and she had mentioned that there are other students seeking extensions for that specific deadline about being write-in candidates. Now, if they drop or do whatever, I have no idea. But there are students that have a little bit more intimate with the elections board and a little less, but like they're kind of like candidates who are seeking like exceptions to certain rules, like not the promissory agreement, but like, and not the declaration of candidacy one, but the I can't remember, something about, I think it actually was the writing candidacy one, but I don't know. I'll have to double check, because I have to speak to Ruby about that to find out specifics.
All right, Senator Henderson?
I mean, I would appreciate an answer to the question I asked, but either way, I think, we have this process that we all have to go through. You get in early, you write all these things, and you have your face up there. And if you don't, make that process, that's fine. But the alternative to that is writing. So you don't just get to like, oh, now I'm jumping into this old process that's, 3 weeks old now. No, you become a writing candidate. And in my experience, that's, if you're too late, that's fine. But that's the other option.
That reminded me, is these people, I don't exactly know who, they're seeking extensions to deadlines like putting their faces up on stuff. So I think that was a couple, I don't know how many, but she's like, yeah, people are asking about, people haven't submitted their bios, they haven't submitted statements, they haven't submitted their headshots. And so there are some people who are asking for those extensions.
Senator Dolly?
Just a little comment, the website was not working for like inputting statements and headshots for like a little bit. Like you would try and put something in and just be like, no, I understand, and you put it, I did email them and they fixed it, but I don't know how long that was going.
So technical difficult, okay,
Yeah,
cool.
yeah.
All right, Senator Eden?
Because like in my mind, when I look at this election, it seems like kind of just a super low turnout in terms of like candidates. Do you like, in my mind, I see this opportunity as like a way, like as long as it's made open to like other students, like, do you think there's benefits to be seen by extending the deadline for other students, given the low turnout? And like, because right now it's like everyone running for off campus is just getting elected, and that's just how it is, and there's not really much competition in my mind. Like, I see more benefits to having a larger pool of people that are competing.
Just put very pragmatically, when it comes to like elections, you want people to have high choice, and you want a lot of people making a choice. So, to your question, it absolutely is beneficial to have more people running and more people voting. That's always true. That's just the power of averages. When it comes to with what we're kind of dealing with this year, I have no idea. If you take it from me, I'm about to enter my master's year, where I'll be just I'm already a published researcher, but I'm working on just like solid state batteries for like a whole year in my master's track. So it's like, I will kind of be forced to just, cut from AS, and so if you want to speak very bluntly, I think, yeah, more choice is always better.
Alright,
I'm really scared of the voting threshold, because I know last year there was this starting happening and stuff, so that should be 20%. So I guess my question is, can I, another person, to the ballot, or potentially, however many people, added, adding all of those people will make it easier to meet that threshold.
I just also wanted to issue a time warning, we have 40 more minutes.
I honestly have no idea. I know that like most people, I guess, like, I imagine most people in this room have like an Instagram following of a couple hundred, right? And if you do, and you're advertising to people who are your closest friends, that does kind of low key mean that you're probably inviting a couple, like 100 or 200 people to vote in the elections. Especially like just looking at how like people are voted for in like senator elections for the last 2 years. I would say so, yes. I think it's very meaningful that Senator Longarani got over 800 votes for off-campus senator, right? And I think that's done because Senator Longarani has a very large network. And because of that, I think that right there is evident enough that certain individuals absolutely, more individuals absolutely means more people voting.
So in other words, yeah.
Yes, long-winded, sorry.
All right, well, we have 40 more minutes in this room. Ganesh?
Why is this that this anonymous person, if they, first of all, very last minute decision for something rather than important, I would say, if they actually like due diligence. But why did they just not pursue a rising candidacy if it was open until so recently? A supplement came out today about noon.
Yeah, I think that is where until the 7th.
Monday,
Yeah.
right, it was, why are they so like last minute about voting? So I'm wondering.
I can't attest to any particular reasons. I imagine again, I can't be identifying in my remarks. But I do understand that for some people, organizing in recent weeks has been incredibly time consuming. I hope that works.
Can you identify if they're in the association?
They are.
They are, okay. Sarah Gerson?
I just want to say, I feel like since we kind of disclosed a lot of information and it is kind of like relatively, at least close to the deadline, even if it was passed, like probably this person had stuff going on or had some like maybe personal things or like decisions to make that they like couldn't disclose. And like, if they really want to run for this position or asking for this attention, like maybe we should be better job. Understand that everyone's human and kind of has to like deal with their own personal things, and a few days of missing the deadline kind of like shouldn't take away from wanting to contribute to this amazing organization.
I understand. Thank you, Senator. It's definitely like a predicament. Like we had this conversation. We had almost exactly this conversation a couple years ago. I would just. Yeah, thank you for that sentiment, I guess. Thank you.
100%.
Yeah, I feel like to make a decision like this, there's just not enough information. I kind of wish we could have the full picture in order to we're kind of being asked to make kind of big decision, like someone's livelihood, this will affect their life for the next to 3, 4 weeks. Without knowing all the information, it's just kind of tough. I don't know, but I just wish we could know some more background information. And I would be open to going to closed session if that is necessary. We can't disclose anything.
I just would rather not. since it's a
Okay.
Request from my office.
That's valid then. It's
Is
just
there
hard-
Eden? Or,
Americanist?
huh?
Americanist?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear it right. I have two thoughts on this. My first thought is, 4 of the 5 exec positions are just running unopposed this year. I don't think it's a bad thing to have, give people more choices. That's where I'm at. My other point is in terms of like this body handling it. I think it's pretty accurate to say there's like an abundance of conflict of interest in this room because we've spent our time together this entire time. So my preference is we send it out to elections board or the interim director in conjunction and have them make the decision because they're not gonna have the conflict of interest problem because right now it's like a lot of our friends are running a room with them, and like I don't think it's fair for us to make that decision either way. And that's where I'm at.
I wanted to say something really.
I would be most amenable to it being kicked out of my office as well. So I appreciate that sentiment as well.
Y'all can also just let me handle it. I'm fine. Senator Young?
I am very tempted to just make it on and don't do that.
Senator Ganesh?
My just worry here is that if we're running for something as important of a position as president of the association, this feels like an afterthought to come to you and be like, no matter how difficult life gets, candidacy has been open for like since last quarter. And when I filled mine out, I procrastinated as much as I could, but I still got it there, like this is not some chill, like this is $22 million, this is a lot of people's livelihood. If this is so much of an afterthought, then I don't think that it really should be allowed. And also if the president is that the Senate makes a decision, then I think the Senate should make a decision.
I appreciate your sentiment, Senator Ganesh. One of like the chief reasons why, like, I'm gonna speak anecdotally here, why I was able to make when I declared candidacy, for example, for internal vice president last year. I made it because I was a sound mind at that point, and I wasn't able to successfully campaign a lot. I didn't go to a single org, I didn't table, I didn't do anything. It's because my dog had died week 1 of spring quarter. He died when I was on the phone, like taking a quiz, and my family calls me up and says, "Oh, shit, your dog died." And so I completely checked out, and I had to fail the class. I took that class again this quarter, and I got an A+. Life absolutely impacts how people are able to pursue careers. And it's not my place necessarily to make comments on whatever the student is going through, or whatever. Again, and I'm just saying is that there are absolutely circumstances where AS does take the background. Most presently, academics, especially since it's one of the eligibility requirements. You have to maintain above a 2.0. So it's not necessarily an afterthought. It's simply a balancing of priorities on this waitlist. We have all these different things we have to worry about, but you all have a responsibility to your grades. You have to have that responsibility because if you don't focus on it, you can't serve and do the good that you need to do. So when it comes to like this student, to me, academics, week 9 is your deadline.
Sorry.
Could absolutely be viable. I appreciate though, the Senate precedent.
Anything else you want to say? Raja?
I think at this point, since the matter was formally raised by the Attorney General, the Senate should at least take a vote on it. If it's amendable with the Senate, I can make that motion.
Are you referring to making the motion to send it to elections board?
I can just read out my proposed motion with the permission of the chair discuss. So the motion to grant the interim executive director the discretion of accepting candidates past the declared deadline in consultation with AS Office of Attorney General and AS Election Board.
Yeah,
I would almost appreciate not to have my office involved. Because it's like, I mean, if you want it to, it can be. Also, like, set it to like a staff requirement, if you want, like a office of the internal, I don't know, the internal director's group or something. Anyway, more eyes and more minutes is always better. I'm just saying that, like, I do want you to very deeply consider what would having my office involved, like, in that would.
And actually, I'm ready to make the motion.
yes, Senator Shaw?
Senator Chair, I move to grant the Office of Interim Executive Director the discretion of accepting candidates past the declared deadline in consultation with the AS Election Board.
All right, there has been a motion made, sorry, that was worded. There's been a,
We put those? Election board in consultation with me.
Sure, I will share the first motion.
motion has been withdrawn. Yes, Senator Shaw?
I move to grant the AS Election Board the discretion of accepting candidates past the declared deadline in consultation with the Interim Executive Director.
Actually, I think the motion should be to accept them as writing candidates, because that was the second last deadline. That's the only fair thing. We can't start the process all over further.
We did 2 years ago.
Well, then you're also not following the Senate president, because the Senate's not voting on it. We're jumping it off to election, so that's clearly out of the window.
Right,
I'm still looking.
yeah,
Second.
yeah, we're still looking for a second on the motion. We could talk about this during discussion. Senator Iden,
Second.
second by Senator Iden, we are now in discussion. Senator Ganesh.
I highly recommend, alteration of the motion to say writing candidacy. We're being equitable, we're giving them a chance, but we're also not being unfair to everyone else who actually did the work.
Right. Senator Benson?
I want to echo Senator Sandy's points, and another thing that I kind of found illuminating is when I asked A.G. Carlson when this person had come to him, he didn't answer my question, which is fine, you know, he doesn't have to.
Point of information,
Yes,
want to roll back the tape?
is your problem?
I'm being serious.
Roll back that tape.
Question.
Yeah, that is meant to be a question.
That's
Very
the
good.
pleasure of
Information
our
is, I absolutely did say, and the record will show that.
It's not a question.
I just don't think you heard me.
If you wanna roll back.
Would you like to answer when this person?
After Monday.
Again, but the deadline was, the most recent deadline was the writing deadline, and I understand the precedent was 2 years ago, but precedent, if this is a one-time precedent set 2 years ago, it's really not that strong.
There's precedent.
Still in discussion. Senator Iden?
There's precedent last year as well. The last year elections board extended the time to declare. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here.
Senator Gerson?
Like, at the end of the day, we can assume that something, like, unfortunately, like, horrible happened, or that they just missed a deadline, like, we can assume a lot of things, but like, at the end of the day, we're not gonna know. And it's just kind of giving this person, this person, like, benefit of the doubt and the opportunity to run for a position that they feel they can make a difference in. They're gonna make their pitch to the student body, like, at the end, like, we're not gonna be voting this person in, like, the student body gets a vote and a say. And if this person wants to do a whole campaign, like, there's nothing to do, like, exactly what you guys are saying, like, they have to buy a board, they have to make flyers, like, put their vote, like, they have to do a lot of work. And if they're willing to do this work, like, even if they miss the deadline by a few days, like, because at the end, like, we're never gonna know what happened. So even if they miss this deadline, if they wanna put all this work and they wanna give the students the option to vote for them and like to make such an impact in this organization, like, we really should give them the opportunity. Rather than trying to like figure out exactly why they missed the deadline or exactly how it's done, like, if AJ Carlson's coming to us with this request, like, we really should take it into consideration that it's not something that's made lightly. It's not a decision that's made lightly. And yeah,
All right, sorry, Ganesh?
Yes, we should be, I agree with you, Sandra Gerson, we should be empathetic to people's situation, but we also have to be fair to people who got it in time, you know? And the only good middle ground to find here is not to deny, but also not to just like let them be a regular candidate. And we have a perfect middle ground, which is the write-in candidacy. Okay, people have done that. It's still free and fair elections. And I feel like that's a good part to. That's a good request to make to amend the motion to allow them to be a write-in candidate.
All right, then.
I still just don't think that it should be this body's decision. Like that, like it shouldn't be this body to make this decision, like just given our relationships. I'd like to ask the Attorney General about policy 15 on conflict of interest. And how that might pertain to this matter and where we could go moving forward when it comes to voting and people who need to recuse themselves.
Dr. Marquez and I had created a conflict of interest, like handout training module over the summer last year. And to be totally honest, we were kind of worried that it would be weaponized. And we had students not in this room who had requested other students like conflict of interest with like complete intent to print them out and they just post them on campus. And so we tried to come up with like a middle ground in a way. Where it's like I have gone around to a couple BCUs trying to kind of like explain how like certain things. Ultimately, conflict of interest is sometimes hard to explain. But basically, the university is very strict at like defining it as like financial gain, and associated students, it's defined a lot more broad. Like, if you are registered in a, I don't know, national organization, like you should probably declare that you're a Democrat. Like, it's that type of stuff, where it's like, some of the questions are like, do you invest in anything? Are you on the Senate Investment Advisory Committee? Are you in finance and business? There were some like amendments that Dr. Marquez and I had kind of made, because it's like an old draft that we saw a long time ago was like, who are you dating? It was like weird stuff like that. So we kind of struck some of those things. We can absolutely discuss policy 15 if you guys want. There's business to attend to. I have a draft and a conflict of interest form that I can send you all literally by tonight, if you guys want. I will just CC all of you and have you all sign it by tonight. If that's something you're interested in, Senator.
Senator Iden.
So like the reason I bring that up is because like everyone has conflict of interest here. And that's why we need to give it to elections board.
I'm getting out. Dr. Sunny.
Wait, back to Senator Ganesh's point. Can we just really quickly clarify the difference between a write-in and a traditional candidate?
Yes, a write-in candidate will be in a free response box at the bottom, and every vote for them will be tallied and counted. Whereas a choice candidate, like some would just be like in a multiple choice, like vote this person, or like rank for choice.
It won't say their name, you have to actually like remember their name and write it in.
Correct.
So Chair, I think we have enough discussion and we have a very important financial report we need to get through.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
Okay, very well.
I call the question.
It was your motion.
That's right. Can someone else call the question, please?
Chair Rosen.
Call the question.
Question has been called. Do you have any objections?
Consent.
Do you have any objections to the consent?
No.
Do we know what motion we're passing? I know it's been a while.
Major, do you want to restate it?
Yeah, do you want to restate your motion, please?
Maybe a little explanation.
So we are voting right now on motion to grant the AS election board the discretion of accepting candidates past the declared deadline in consultation with the Office of Interim AS Executive Director So if this motion passes, the whole matter is referred to the election board and they'll deal with it. If the motion is not passed, this means that candidate will not appear on the ballot. End of story. Full stop. So I repeat, if you want the election board to deal with it, vote yes. If you want to just stop the everything here in Senate, vote no.
If we just said, is there any objection to the consent, and then there was no objection, did we just backtrack?
Yeah,
So we just, okay.
no, you're still on the first consent. I never asked, do we have any objections to the consent?
But you did.
Sorry.
The motion passes.
The motion passed.
The motion passed.
Wait.
Hold on. Hold on.
No, we don't, that's what.
Senator Shaw?
If I'm speaking as, if I'm still the parliamentarian of the Senate, I would advise the Senate that the voting was interrupted by the request of the author to explain the motion. So I do not believe that vote has been completed.
But it. I'm happy to backtrack, but for the record, sorry.
During my period as chair, I have backtracked for nearly every single one of you in order to understand what's going on in the room.
Sure.
So I'm gonna continue to recognize that. Senator Lala?
There's an entire term of precedent that often someone who's made the motion or someone who's really experienced, namely Ming Jun Zha most often explains what the motion is. And if you choose X, this is what will happen. If you choose Y, this is what will happen. So it seems entirely intuitive that what was meant by both the senator and the chair was consent to go into a vote. I'm assuming a vote by hand, but it's pretty clear. And there's a year basically of precedent supporting that this was to go into a hand vote.
Thank you. Yeah, Senator Ganesh?
That's actually exactly my question. Can you please state it in the motion?
Senator Shaw?
Senator Chair, so if you vote yes to the motion, the whole matter is sent to the election board. So we'll make a decision, Senate will not be involved in that process. If you vote no, everything stops here. Election board will not be authorized to make any amendments, and that candidate's attorney general referred will be rejected. Does that kind of answer your question?
That answer.
Hold up. Yes, Senator Mead?
So.
Wait, was the Senator Mead that was asking the question? Okay.
There's something, and I don't know what it's called, where after we vote on it, you can go back. But if the IVP asked, is there any objection, and then there was none, I just think that we should go back.
But there's a point of information, so.
But they're not, it was after you had already asked if there was any objection to the consent.
Yes, and then it was silent, and then a point of information was asked.
But it was my point, that is after. so
But there's, like, even when I ask for objections, you can still just be like consent, and then we move forward. There was no larger consent. Yes, Senator.
Speaking from a parliamentary perspective, if a member of the meeting have doubts with the chair's decision, they are entitled to appeal the chair's decision. The majority vote of the Senate will decide the eventual outcome.
Yes, Senator Ganesh.
I know you just okay with some region, but we're voting yes or no by hand vote, right?
There was no motion to go into a hand vote.
Yes,
Senator.
there is not a voting method specified in the vote, it's in the motion itself. By convention, the presiding officer, the chair, has the right to set a voting method unless a majority of the Senate against it.
Period, I'm trying to vote.
Yes.
Cool. Let's vote on the voting to vote in weeks to vote. Right, right. No, I'm playing. We are now voting on the motion on whether or not we are sending this to our interim director and elections board for further deliberation. Yes, Senator Amin? Bruh. Yeah, we have 15 minutes. I think we should just do hand vote.
Okay.
I believe Holly, is Leah in here?
Is she?
Yeah, Leah texted me that she's in here, but I'm not seeing her.
Yeah, it's under Leia 2. It's further, probably further down on the list, but yeah, she's here.
Oh, okay, just because there's no scroll button, so I wasn't really sure. Okay, cool. All right, let's get the hand vote going. Senator Iden?
So just to confirm, you're not going to be requesting individuals' conflicts of interest on this matter, or asking them to refrain from voting, despite there being conflict of interest.
Considering that we don't know which position the person is running from. Oh, that was confirmed? I didn't know that was confirmed. Senator Gerson?
We were asked actually for the candidate of president to refrain from the vote, if I'm remembering correctly.
Okay, Dan. No voting. Womp womp.
If I may.
Senator Shaw?
There is no legal obligation for any member of the Senate to recuse due to conflict of interest, or in other words, they're the only one who can decide whether or not to recuse themselves, legally speaking. So it's a decision within the member, not the chair of the Senate.
Yeah, I'm not recusing.
Period. Okay, cool. Yay, let's move forward. We need to leave. So, we are now voting on whether or not, to pass this over. Hands up for yes, to pass the motion.
Yes. Point of agenda.
Yes, to pass the motion as stated by Senator Shaw.
So all
Yes.
we're doing is voting to give it to election.
Well, to the interim director to deliberate with elections board, yes.
So we're not saying no. Huh?
Yeah, we are not saying no to this candidate. We're just voting on whether or not to pass it forward, okay? Are you clear? Yay! Okay, cool. Hands up for yes.
Point of order.
Yes, Senator Iden?
Policy 15A3, in the event that a conflict of interest is determined to exist, the individual member, committee, or board as a whole, the members unable to objectively discharge their responsibility shall abstain from voting on said matters. So you are required, unless you're able to objectively discharge your conflict of interest. And given that you all ran on the same platform last year, I will say there's conflict of interest.
If I do all.
I need a fucking roll, y'all. Chill. Okay.
So if you
Considering that we don't know who this individual is, I don't understand how there's a direct conflict of
It's
interest.
fine, I'll just
It's
abstain.
overruled,
I'll just
overruled. No, overruled.
Okay.
Yes, Senator Amin.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Senator Iden, are you saying that the conflict of interest is the entire Senate?
It is,
or-
it is like basically the entire Senate. That's why this just needs,
Then you don't get quorum.
no, I'm saying it just needs to be deferred out. Voting yes is not a conflict of interest. It is deferring the decision out to a separate body. Like
What?
voting, that's making a decision on the motion. I also still have,
Oh, another point of order is made, Senator Shaw.
Senator Iden has the floor.
thank you. Voting yes, so like conflict of interest is like if you're making a decision that is going, that's like, we're not making a decision when we vote yes. Voting no is making a decision. That is just killing it entirely. This is putting the decision in a body of individuals who don't have the conflict of interest to make the decision for us. That it's a completely different.
Okay, Senator Law.
So what you're saying is that we're at a fork in the road, right, a vote. And you're telling me if I go left, it is a conflict of interest. If I go right, it's not a conflict of interest. That just logically makes no sense.
I agree.
Secondly, the more important thing is that you can define conflict of interest as expansively as you want. I mean, you don't know, there's a lot of competent people on here. You don't know who would have been hired as on X position. It's a very interconnected association. You can define it not just in terms of slates, in terms of connections, in terms of prospective hires for next year. And if you go down that road, there's no real end. I don't think this is convincing anyone. Let's vote.
I agree. I'm gonna go into a vote. Still in a vote. Motion was overruled. Moving on, going back into a vote.
Point of order.
Yes, Senator Iden?
Just to make it clear, you're overruling policy 15.
Sure.
Okay.
Well, I'm overruling your stance on the fact that there is a conflict of interest because I don't see that conflict of interest. I feel like the conflict of interest is beyond this room. I don't think it's exclusive to here. I feel like that is going to carry on into elections board and whether or not this individual is connected with the board and will be accepted, then like the conflict of interest is beyond this room. I don't think it is exclusive to us.
Point of order.
Okay, Senator Amin?
We are in a room with much love. We are in a room with Dan every day. That's the conflict of interest. He's our friend. He's someone who we know. That's why it's a conflict.
Okay, first of all,
No,
points of order, points of order are Robert's rules of order.
Recognized.
You
have
can't
been
just make a point
recognized.
of order and say whatever you want.
No, I
Points of
agree.
order are Robert's rules.
I
of order.
agree.
You
I
have to
agree.
keep following this the entire meeting.
Yeah,
You also can't break Robert's rules and make assumptions about senators and cry about it when it happens to you. You either all follow the rules or you don't. So if someone makes a point of order, make a point of order. If you make a point of information, ask a question, please.
please refrain from yelling. That's all I'm gonna say.
Point of information,
Yeah, sure, Senator Person.
can we clarify what conflict of interest means?
No, girls, we literally just did that. Um. All right. Attorney General, do your thing. Yeah, honestly, we need to move, but we're in the middle of a vote.
We can just.
I think we should just move out of this room.
What?
We have 8 minutes left in here.
Let's do the finance.
Go ahead, go ahead.
In any committee, we've already read that first section. A conflict of interest is defined as personal financial gain, personal gain of associates such as friends or family members. A conflict in the interest of ASU/CSB with the interests of other committees, clubs, or other on-campus organizations such as RCOs. Said committee or board members may have, which cannot be resolved. In the event that a conflict of interest is determined to exist by the individual members of the committee or board as a whole, the member unable to objectively discharge responsibilities shall abstain from voting on said matter. That it's defined as personal financial gain. I'm gonna 30 seconds. Dan's the only one running for president. You get $10,000 if you win. All exits get paid $10,000 for their term of office. If he's running unopposed, it's a guaranteed $10,000. If you're voting on not allowing the candidate to run, as an example, it's a textbook violation of public interest policy.
All right. Thank you. I just for the sake of time, Senator Siddiqui, I recommend that you abstain. Would you like to abstain? Okay, cool. We're abstaining. Moving on. All right, now we're moving into a hand vote. So hands up for yes. To forward this to elections board. 2, 3, 4. All right, hands down. No. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, abstentions. 1, 2, 3.
4.
No. Everyone on Zoom voted yes. Or no, sorry. No, motion does not fail because abstentions are not counted towards the total.
But we have more no than yes.
Oh, yeah, motion does fail. Whoops. I don't know.
And we have.
Yes, Senator John?
I'm sorry, guys, but if you have read the report, you'll know we had to do something about budget. If you would just give me 3 minutes, I will explain it and do the motion.
Okay, you got this.
Right, so essentially, we all love to talk about $80 million as bringing, but that's not accurate at all.
To clarify, we're in discussion items.
$7 million of them are passed through. So $7 million go directly to campus department. They do not go to us. So we have $11 million. Out of the 11 million, only 4 million are undesignated, meaning the other $7.5 million just goes to BCU. and we only have access to $4 million. And out of that 4 million, we pay for the infrastructure from the maintenance of our building to our Slack, to our email. We pay the budget of non-login fee BCO. So from BWHC to GDC 2 years ago to everybody who does not have a login fee, it's come out from that 4 million. And it's also pay for staff salary. It's just not enough. Right now, we have about 20 vacant positions within staff. We don't have the money to hire them. And there has been $7 million made from non-login BCO for the budget. Only $2.35 million can be recommended. And that is roughly around $1 million of reserve. Our current financial situation is unsustainable. If we go that way, we're going to run out of money. This report recommends amending the allocation policy with additional consideration to the allocation policy of AS to offset dedicated and partially dedicated professional staff to BCO, along with consideration of central operation professional staff allocations. I know it's super great, but if I can submit the motion. This report was drafted by me, Aaron Sam, and David Junior Sim, and reviewed by the finance team of AS. Recommend motion.
Yeah, go ahead, Senator.
I move to invoke the privilege granted to the Senate by the Article 8, Section 5, Subsection B, Clause 4, asking the Judicial Council to render an opinion on the legality of the recommendation made in report on AS long-term financial continuity, amending the allocation policy of AS to offset dedicated and partially dedicated professional staff to BCOs, along with central operation professional staff percentage allocations.
All right, there's been a motion made to invoke the privilege granted to the Senate by Article 8, Section 5, B4, asking the Judicial Council to render an opinion on the legality of the recommendation made in report on AS long-term financial continuity, amending the allocation policy of AS to offset dedicated and partially dedicated professional staff to BCUs, along with the central operation professional staff's percent allocations. Do we have a second? Senator Singh?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Singh, your non-discussion. Senator Amin? Question has been called. Do we have any objections? Do you have any objections to the consent?
Consent. I have one more motion, I'm sorry.
All right, period. Motion passes. Senator Zhang?
I move to approve report on AS long-term financial continuity and submit the report to the AS Judicial Council as amicus curiae and appoint Senator Min Junjia as Senate representative in this matter to the AS Judicial Council.
And okay, going back to JC. All right, there's been a motion to approve the report on AS long-term financial continuity and submit the report to the ASJC as amicus curiae and appoint Senator Ming Junjia as the Senate's representative in the matter to the ASJC. Senator Lakrani? Second. Seconded by Senator Lakrani, we are now discussion. Senator Ganesh? Question has been called. Do you have any objections? Do you have any objections to consent? Right, none. Period. We now have to, moving into minutes and allocations. Senator Zhang?
I move to bundle and approve all minutes and allocations.
This is a motion to bundle and approve all allocation, minutes and allocations. We have second, Senator Ganesh. Seconded by Senator Ganesh, we are now in discussion. Senator Amin? Question has been called. Do you have any objections? All right, seeing none, motion passes. We are now moving into appointments. We have 2 resignations. You need to write that they're resignations.
Oh, that was on.
Yeah, I'm sorry. There have been 2 resignations. Yeah, can someone motion the resignation of, okay, Senator Sneaky?
I'd like to motion onto the agenda the resignations of Karis Albert as co-chair and Amina Ahmed as administrative director of the Black Women's Health Collaborative.
All right, there's been a motion to amend the agenda and add the resignation of Amina Ahmed as administrative director of Black Women's Health Collaborative, as well as the resignation of Karis Ebert as the co-chair of Black Women's Health Collaborative. Do we have a second? Senator Ganesh? Seconded by Senator Ganesh, we now discussion. Senator Lakrani? Question has been called. Do we have any objections? All right, seeing none, motion passes. Senator Suk?
Motion to add Anugrah Tamag as treasurer and Jamina Gomez as public affairs coordinator for the food bank committee.
Can I see that? There's been a motion to add, Anugrah Tamag as treasurer and Jimena Gomez as Public Affairs Coordinator of the Food Bank. Do we have a second? Senator Lankrani? Seconded by Senator Lankrani, huh? Food Bank Committee, thank you. We have second, we are now in discussion. Senator Ganesh, question has been called. Do we have any objections? Seeing none, motion passes. Senator Zhang.
I'm sorry, let's move to action items. I move to direct the election board to extend the deadline for candidates to submit photos and other relevant information until 11:59 p.m. on Friday, April 11th, due to delays and uncertainties in ballot release, and to allow students to include count statement to fake propositions until 11:59 p.m. on Sunday, April 13th.
Feel free to tweak, trust, I'm tweaking. There's been a motion to direct election board to direct the deadline for candidates to submit photos and other relevant information until 11:59 p.m. on Friday, April 11th, due to delays and uncertainties in ballots release, and to allow students to include count statements, defeat propositions until 11:59 p.m. on Sunday, April 13th. Do we have a second? Senator Siddiqui?
Second.
Seconded by Senator Siddiqui. We are now in discussion. Senator Lankrani. Question has been called. Do we have any objections? Seeing none, motion passes. We still need to accept the agenda. Senator Ganesh?
Well, we haven't done appointments for yet, but wanted to add the resignation of Caitlin Joyce as Women's Health Coordinator from COSO. Oh,
I don't know this. There's been a motion to add the appointments of the resignation of Caitlin Joyce as Women's Health Coordinator from COSWEB onto the agenda. Do we have a second? Senator Gerson? Second. Seconded by Senator Gerson. We are now discussion. Senator Lankrani? Question has been called. Do we have any objections? Seeing none, it has now been added onto the agenda. Let's bundle and approve all resignations, please. Senator Gerson? Motion to bundle and approve all resignations. And appointments? And appointments. There's been a motion to bundle and approve all appointments and resignations on the agenda. Do we have a second, Senator Soup? Second. Seconded by Senator Soup. We are now discussion. Senator Lankrani? Question has been called. Do we have any objections? Seeing none, motion passes. Okay, do we want to bundle and table all of old business?
Yeah.
Senator Ganesh?
motion to bundle and table all old business to next week.
All right, there's been a motion to bundle and table all of old business into next week. Do we have a second, Senator Soup? Seconded by Senator Soup. You're not discussion, Senator Gerson? Question has been called. Do we have any objections? All right, seeing none, motion passes. We now have to accept the agenda. Ganesh?
Motion to accept the agenda.
There's been a motion to accept the agenda. Do we have a second, Senator Lankrani? Second. Seconded by Senator Lankrani. We are now discussion. Senator Lala? Question has been called. Do we have any objections? All right, seeing no motion passes. Senator Lankrani?
Motion to end the meeting at 11:03 p.m.
There's been a motion to end the meeting at 11:03 p.m. Do we have a second, Senator Ganesh? Second. Seconded by Senator Ganesh. We are now discussion. Senator Kristen? Question has been called. Do we have any objections? Period.